Hello everyone, welcome to the stream. Nice to see you people all here. I hope you had a fantastic day and glad that you people joined here again. Welcome Woody Black and the Bionicle fans. Also the German Twitch chat is also here. The question is how long they will be there, but that's I guess a different thing. And also Kenneth Gonzalez and Rico is here. Nice to see you all here. Welcome. And yeah, it's time for another lore Q&A, lore discussion stream here on all the different channels, I guess. Guten Abend, Mark is also here. Welcome, nice to see you. So a lot of people available as always. That's always nice. Currently I managed to kind of make these streams every week, so that's I think a good thing to say the least. I don't care myself. Hello everyone. Hope you're having a great day. Yeah, day was pretty nice so far. So let's hope we can keep that up in this regard. And yeah, I don't know if people in chat have questions or topic that we could discuss. Feel free to suggest anything. The screen describes my face expression when there's no TPH stream. Thank you, Schnarke. Much appreciated. So currently I have 3 chats available that I have to keep an eye on, so I might get something might get lost here. Oh, the amazing bad boy also here. For you it is good morning, I think, because you're from far away. So yeah, nice to see you here as well. Okay, Mark, with the first question. Also, Crafty Spirit, it's always nice to see you here as well. I have a question, how were all the animals created? Well, that's a good question. It is 7:30 a.m. for you. Okay, that's quite early. But glad that they're already awake and here in chat. That's awesome. But let's start with Mark. He also had a question, which is, I think, difficult to answer, I would assume. When did Aeglos, that's the Spear of Gil-galad, gets its reputation, aka in what battles did Gil-galad fight? War of Wrath and War of the Last Alliance. I'm not sure about the first one. I don't think there are others. Yeah, Gil-galad always a difficult topic. Let me see if we have a screenshot of that in some shape or form. Always a bit difficult. Gil-galad is interestingly in the prologue of Lord of the Rings, but he of course is not that important for that show. There's some screenshot in Rings of Power of him because there he has a bigger role. Okay, we have, this is Gil-galad from the prologue. And he wields a spear, as you can see. This spear is Aeglos, and that's the name of the spear. The problem with Gil-galad is always, when was he born? And yeah, it's always a complicated topic, because this character was, if I'm not completely mistaken, invented by Tolkien relatively late, and then added to the lore later. As a result, yeah, Tolkien had kind of trouble fitting him in some shape or form. By the way, I also hope the sound is good, so if that's not the case, please let me know. Oh, Gregory also here. Welcome, nice to see you. Yeah, today's live stream, I scheduled it a few days ago, but yeah, we will see. So Gil-galad is interestingly complicated character because Tolkien had always trouble fitting him into the story, into the lore and the background story and so on. So it's hard to tell when he was born. In theory, he is the son of Orodres in the basically latest version Tolkien wrote. Though in the Silmarillion he's the son of Fingon, And then it becomes difficult to say when he was born exactly. But interestingly, even though he is mentioned in the Silmarillion as son of Fingon, he's not really mentioned that much in it, if I'm not completely mistaken. Oh, thank you for just pulling something up while I'm typing. Adobe Reader, it's awesome. Let us see if we have when the first mention of him appears. The fall of Fingolfin became known, and Fingon and Sauron took the lordship of the house of Fingolfin and the kingdom of the Noldor. But his young son Ereinion, who was after named Gil-galad, was sent to the Havens. So this was already after Fingolfin's death in the book. And then it's pretty much at the end. Then the Havens were laid in ruin, and the tower of Barad Nimraz was cast down. And the most part of Círdan's people were slain or enslaved. But some went aboard ship and escaped by sea, and among them was Ereinion Gil-galad, the son of Fingon, whom his father had sent to the Havens after the Dagor Bragolach, that's the Battle of Sudden Flame. Yeah, and this remnant sailed with Círdan south to the Isle of Balan. So if we look onto our good old First Age map, shoutouts to Círdan for making it, the Isle of Valar would be here, somewhere down here. The Havens are north of that, of course, which I guess makes most sense. Let me just see. Here are the Havens of Sirion, the mouth of Sirion, and pretty much in this time when the elves had a lot of trouble with Morgoth, the first Dark Lord, in Beleriand, they were like pushed further and further south. Everything else was basically destroyed, conquered, and so on. At the end, the remaining forces and people took refuge here, and then at that point he sent here, they sailed over to this island and had there like a secret base, so to say, where people would be somewhat safe from the war going on in Beleriand. And in this, Gil-galad was also sent over to this island by our good old friend Círdan, which, we have some fascinating footage from Rings of Power, which we could use. I know Rings of Power is always a complicated thing, like in popularity, but I have to admit the adaptation of Círdan I found personally quite nice. Like, his original look definitely fits the character, in my opinion. Let me just maybe make this a bit brighter, because the show is just ridiculously dark from a light perspective. But of course, we also have the fantastic artwork, one of my favorite artworks actually, of Kimberly. This one, we like it. So shoutouts to Kimberly80, of course, who made this one. So yeah, he was basically more or less in charge of the ships back in the day, like pretty much always. And yeah, he brought a lot of people to this island I just mentioned. As a result, Gil-galad is not really mentioned in the Silmarillion. I think Tolkien just put him there so he's kind of out of the equation. He does not have to add him into all the conflicts and so on. Yeah, there's another mention of Gil-galad in the Silmarillion. And when the tidings came to Valar of the fall of Gondolin, because in Gondolin lived Turgon was the High King of the Noldor elves at this time, Ereinion Gil-galad, son of Fingon, was named High King of the Noldor in Middle-earth. So after the death of Turgon, Gil-galad succeeded him, basically. in theory, that could have also been somebody else, like Elrond or something, but yeah. Okay, what's going on with my phone? Okay, I just got a lot of images sent. Too late. The ships of Círdan and Gil-galad, the High King, came hasting to the aid of the elves of Círdan, and Elwing was gone. So let's see another mention of him. So basically what happened here, if we go back to our map, this place here, still elves would see, basically having a camp here, having, taking refuge here from the war. And then at some point they were attacked, not necessarily by Morgoth's forces, but by the guys here from Himring. That's the fortress of the remaining sons of Fëanor, and there were also elves, also Noldor elves, and they wanted the Silmarillion, so they attacked here and basically killed all the people and took some with them, like Elrond and Elros. And yeah, in this little passage here, of course, too late, the ships of Círdan and Gil-galad, the High King, came hasting to aid of the elves of Círdan, and Elwing was gone, and her sons. So that's Elwing was the mother of Elrond and Elros. So they were gone at this time. It's not clear how old Gil-galad was there at this point. And then the next mention of Gil-galad is shortly before the Akalabes. That's in the Second Age, so basically the end of the First Age. Among those were Círdan the shipwright and Celeborn of Doriath with Galadriel his wife, who also remained of those who led the Noldor to exile in Beleriand. In Middle-earth dwelt also Gil-galad the High King, and with him was Elrond half-elven, who chose, as was granted to him, to be numbered among the Eldar. But Elros, his brother, chose to abide with men. So that's basically the end of the First Age. This is in the chapter called The Voyage of Eärendil and the War of Ras. What is interesting, that even though he was High King, he's not mentioned in the battle, as said, because the battle was written or was in the mind of Tolkien first, and then Gil-galad was added, so he's just kind of added there. It's hard to tell if he was ever mentioned. What's now interesting is if the spear is mentioned, and it is indeed mentioned, but the first time the spear is mentioned is then in the next chapter, and that is not in the next, in the 2 chapters later, in the Of the Rings of Power and the Third Age chapter. And there it's about the last alliance. The host of Gil-galad and Elendil had the victory for the might, where we can maybe change here the images. So Círdan also appears here. But we have this classic shot here at the beginning. Basically that's pretty fitting from the prologue of Lord of the Rings. And yeah, they attack. So a lot of things happen in the meantime. Let me just see. Where's Mr. Map? So yeah, this Beleriand gets destroyed, then suddenly the coast looks different. So Beleriand was originally here, where now the arrow is, it's gone. And yeah, then this is already at the end of the Second Age. Like, let me just get here the map stuff right. Then exile kingdoms are found, like Gondor. This is Gondor later. And yeah, they attack Mordor through the Black Gate. They march up here, go here, and this is Mount Doom, and Barad-dûr is somewhere here. And this is where so the forces of the elves and men in the last alliance of elves and men attack this. And then, interestingly, we have this following text that I now can read. Against Aeglos, the spear. Well, let me just start from the beginning. The host of Gil-galad and Elendil had the victory, for the might of the elves was still great in those days, and the Númenóreans were strong and tall, and terrible in their wrath. Against Aeglos, that's the spear we are talking about, the spear of Gil-galad, none could stand, and the sword of Elendil filled orcs and men with fear, for it shone with the light of the sun and of the moon, and it was named Narsil. And yeah, basically, this is, I think, the first mention of Aeglos in the Silmarillion. I can't tell you out of my head if there is a mention of Aeglos earlier, but luckily I have the what's it called? The index of Middle-earth, so we can look into this and see if we find an earlier mention of this particular spear. In some versions it's written not with A-E-G-L-O-S, it's written A-I-G-L-O-S. That should be still here. I ignore. Now, interesting, in the History of Middle-earth book there's no mention of it at all, which I find strange. I assume it's written with AI then, and it was forgotten to include it, because it should be somewhere. Aeglir, Aeglos, Aelios, Aglon. I would have expected it appears at least in I don't know, not War of the Jewels, but Peoples of Middle-earth or something. But it does not seem to be the case. Elfwine, Aignor. Should be by Aignor somewhere, but it's not. Interesting. So maybe no mention of it. So Mark, coming back to chat, sorry for not looking at chat for some time. You have all 3 streams activated. Thank you for that. That's actually funny. So I haven't looked in chat for quite some time because I had to read all the quotes. That's actually a good question by Crafty Spirit. Tassios, welcome as well. Oh, Tassios von Carcosa. That is actually interesting. Carcosa, I think, has to do with Lovecraft, right? Different universe, though. Spirit. The whole Beleriand is named after the small island of Bala. Yeah, that's actually funny, to be honest. Yeah, that is true. But I need an image to show, and I think it kind of fits. Let's not discuss the show too much. Okay, it's also a good question by Rico. We'll come to this in a moment. How big was Rivendell? Also a good question. Let's see what Mark is saying. Yeah, it's kind of complicated with the follow-up. Mark, maybe, but I'm not sure. Let's described any version. Yeah, it's complicated with Gil-galad. He is mentioned in. I'm not sure which book is it even. Is it Peoples or is it Morgoth's Ring? Let me just look it up. The problem is Gil-galad, like I said, is a character that existed, of course, early, but was invented late. This always causes some trouble. Where do we have him? Gilrain. That's the mother of Gil-galad. Oh, that's interesting. Gil-galad is actually older than I thought. Gil-galad existed Elf King in Beleriand after the downfall of Numenor. He existed in History of Middle-earth Book 5, which is The Lost Road and other writings. And there are texts from the 30s in this book, mostly maybe up to the 40s, I guess. So Tolkien had him in mind a bit later, but like I said, fitting him into the stuff happens later, and then he becomes more important in book 6, which are the draft versions of Lord of the Rings, the first book, the first few chapters. And then he appears in book 11 and 12 of History of Middle-earth quite a few times, with the names and the different parents and so on. Quite interesting. Complicated character as a result. Hard to grasp. But yeah. Good question. You asked a good question here. How is his like hair color? Well, is this wrong? Let me just see if I find. Here we have him. That's the artwork of good old Kimberly 80 of Gil-galad. So Tolkien describes him with silver hair, interestingly. That kind of would fit. Like, we always suspected Gil-galad had dark hair, but interestingly had silver hair according to people to nature of Middle-earth. Let me just for the completeness sake here go into it. So to answer Mark's question, I would say his spear became known only in the War of the Last Alliance. I think he did not a great role in the War of Wrath, so I would assume that is when his spear became really known, because that's where he definitely was participating. Let us see. Gil-galad, yeah. I'm actually not sure. The note. Herald of Gil-galad. That's a hair thing. Yeah, here it is. There's a chapter called Hair, I think. So in the book Nature of Middle-earth, that came out a few years ago with new text by Mr. Hofstadter. We have the following paragraph Tolkien wrote round about 1969. As in the name Gil-galad, Star of Radiance, given to Finwine, last hiking of the Eldar, because of the radiance of his silver hair, armor, and shield, that is said could even in the moonlight be seen from many leagues afar. So Tolkien talks a little bit about the etymology here of the name, and mentions that he also had not only silver armor and shield, which we know from the other lore books, but here he explicitly mentioned that he also had silver hair. Before that, it was always assumed that Gil-galad had dark hair, because he's like from the house of Finwë, that dark hair is not uncommon, except for one son, which was Finarfin. He had like golden hair. What is interesting, if he's the son of Fingon, as I think Crafty Spirit asked the question, is implied. If that is the case, then it would not make too much sense to have him silver hair, because I mean, it would only work. We don't know who the wife of Fingon is in this context, who the mother would be in this context. In the case of Orodres, though, if we go into the family tree, I don't have an image of Orodres, but let me just bring it up here for me so I don't talk nonsense. In the case of Orodres, as father, so Orodres, for people wondering who is this guy, so in the line, I meant like where Finwë the first hiking of the Noldor, he had several sons. One of them was Finarfin, and he was golden-haired, and he had a wife called Earwen, and that was Finarfin and Earwen are the parents of, for example, Galadriel. And he had several children, Finrod, Angrod, Aignor, and Galadriel. And of his second born, Angrod, and his wife, Eldalote, according to if I look at the name, it seems like she stayed in Aman, but it's a different topic. They had also a child, Orodres. And Orodres had 2 children, Finduilas, which is mentioned in the lore, and also then Tolkien put Gil-galad at some point here too. In this case, having silver hair would make sense, because Finarfin, though, had golden hair, but Earwyn had silver hair. Earwyn was the daughter of, I think, Olwe, and as a result, she had silver. And Galadriel, we have also, she has like golden silver hair. That's how Tolkien often describes her. So there is definitely also the possibility of silver hair in this particular line, if that makes sense. Even though I think Orodres might have had golden hair as well. I'm not sure if it's even mentioned somewhere. At least here we don't have a hint at how he looked. I don't know. But yeah, in this case, to answer the question, wouldn't he have dark hair or something? Or whatever, why he has dark hair, if he's from this particular line. No, he had no dark hair in this Tolkien. Maybe Tolkien had him with dark hair in mind at one point, but changed it to silver later. I can't tell you, but that's kind of how it works. Orodres, who lost Finrod's island castle, Minas Tirith, and his kingdom, Nargothrond. That is why I really don't like him. Well, let's say Orodres had also some hard times. I mean, he had Túrin around, so that's a problem, I guess. But yeah, the whole family tree there is a complete mess. Okay, Schnarke, have a good one, in case you're still there. But yeah, it becomes really complicated. Like, Gil-galad is always, I don't know. Yeah, I'm not even sure if the hair color is ever mentioned in the other versions of Gil-galad. It might be possible that he was dark-haired when he was the son of Fingon, which makes in this context more sense. Let me just look. Fingon. Fingolfin. I think it's not clear. Yeah, he was never married. Interesting. Peoples of Middle-earth, Shibboleth of Fëanor. That's actually funny. Yeah, it's so this stuff is just so incredibly complicated. This whole, like, Tolkien has so many versions of this that you definitely get lost in it, because it's just everything contradicts each other. Talking about all the children of Fingolfin, they had different names earlier on, but all the children went with their father. Findecano, which was Fingon, Turukano, or Turgon, Arakano, and Erise, his daughter and third child, was under protection of Turukano, who loved her dearly, and of Elenwe, his wife. Findecano had no wife or child. Neither had Arakano. So yeah, you can see it's a mess. Like in this like the Silmarillion clearly states, yeah, that's he's Fingon's son. But later on, Tolkien or other places, Tolkien writes, well, it was not the case. Let me just see who could. Turgon, Arizel, Argon. Aricanus. I always forget about Argon because he's never mentioned anywhere. I assume. I just was wondering who could Aracano be. I think that's Argon. Yeah, that's Argon. That's also like for people wondering, it's Argon is a name that Tolkien rarely mentions, so it's always a bit lost. But in this version, there's also a note which might be interesting. It's note 35. Let's see if I can find it. In also the table, he's marked as having a wife, though she is not named. In the first, two children are named, Ernest and Finbor. Ernest subsequently becomes Erion. In the final table, they were struck out with a note that Fingon had no child or wife. Interesting. But yeah, you also notice here in these very early texts that things become just very complicated. The poem of Sam, does it mention the hair color in Lord of the Rings? Gil-galad was, an elven king. Gil-galad was an elven king of him the harps sadly sing, the last whose realm was fair and free between the mountains and the sea. His sword was long, his lance was keen, his shining helm afar was seen. The countless stars of heaven's field were mirrored in his silver shield. But long ago he rode away, and where he dwelleth none can say, for into darkness fell his star in Mordor, where the shadows are. No, it only mentions the silver shield. It says though his shining helm was seen afar. Was seen. That is mentioned. You could interpret that maybe he had no helm, and with the silver helm his hair was maybe meant. But yeah, I don't know. Try to follow the discussion here. Yeah, I mean his name means translated something like starlight, so it makes sense that he's kind of silver-haired. I like Crafty Spirit series here. But it was a long section now about Gil-galad. Thanks for reciting that, no problem. Sam about taters. For the welcome Ares, already nice to see you. Greetings from the unseen realm of the internet. But yeah, I don't know. Does this answer the question somewhat? I hope. Yeah, that is true. He was definitely. Also, Mart, welcome. Nice to see. I was a bit lost here answering this question so long, looking all the stuff up. You had a question about the animals. Yeah, I remember that one. There was also Rico also had a question. It was about the dwarves. I'm not sure who asked the question first. I don't want to jump over Rico's question as well. The animals, right? Well, there I would assume. It's a good question how those were created, to be fair. It's possible that they were kind of part of the music. Maybe they were also created. I have to admit, I don't have a really good answer for your question, if I'm completely honest. Yeah, it's not the question I need. Let me just read something up. Yeah, that's I think a good thing to. I'm just looking at. The problem is I need a specific term to search for this. I forgot how the term is. So one moment, chat. Just have to search. Yeah. Part of the natural realm of a cable. So the Elvish term for animal basically is kelvar. And then the term for plants would be olvar, if I'm not completely mistaken. Yeah, growing things with roots in the earth is basically the translation of that. And I think in the Silmarillion it appears. Just have to find it. Yeah, it is. So that's basically the story. It's basically about the creation of the Ents. I don't want to read the whole section though. For example, it's a bit complicated. Let me switch the images here. We have one. Kimberly, always good source for good artwork. No, that's the wrong one. That's one with I have one without the watermark of. I think that's the one. Yeah. So this is Yavanna and Aule. These are Valar. Yavanna is basically the Valar of nature, Aule the Valar of smithing. So basically gods or high angels, to be more precise. And interestingly, they are married. So Mother Nature is married to basically the guy who destroys nature, so to say. It's kind of funny in this regard. However, what is interesting in this context is the following passage. Aule at some point created the bodies of the dwarves. And basically now when Aule labored in the making of the dwarves, he kept this work hidden from other Valar, but at last he opened his mind to Yavanna and told her of all that had come to pass. Then Yavanna said to him, Eru is merciful. Now I see that thy heart rejoiceth, as indeed it may, for thou hast received not only forgiveness but bounty. Yet because thou hiddest this thought from me until its achievement, thy children will have little love for things of my love. They will love first the things made by their own hands, as doth their father. Always difficult to read this ancient third person form here. Whatever. They will delve in the earth, and so on and so forth. And then they basically discuss that the dwarves, when Eru adopts them and they come back to the world, this was basically before the other children were there. But our answer, that shall also be true for the children of Ilúvatar, that's God, for they will eat and they will build. And though the things of thy realm have worth in themselves, and would have worth if no children were to come, yet Eru will give them dominion, and they shall use all that they find in Arda, though not by the purpose of Eru, without respect or without gratitude. Not unless Melkor darken their hearts, said Yavanna, and she was not appeased, but grieved in heart, fearing what might be done upon Middle-earth in days to come. Therefore she went before Manwe, that's the king of the Valar, of these, so to say, high angels, gods, whatever you want to call them. So technically there is only one god. And she did not betray the counsel of Aule, but she said, King of Arda, is it true, as Aule has said to me, that the children, when they come, shall have dominion over all things of my labor, so plants and so on, to do as they will therewith? It is true, said Manwe, but why dost thou ask? For thou hadst no need of the teaching of Aule. Then Yavanna was silent and looked into her own thought, and she answered, because my heart is anxious thinking of the days to come. All my works are dear to me. Is it not enough that Melkor should have marred so many? Shall nothing that I have devised be free from the dominion of others? If thou hadst thy will, what wouldst thou reserve, said Manwe. Of all thy realm, what dost thou hold dearest? All have their worth, said Yavanna, and each contributes to the worth of others. Now we come to the question. But the Kelvar can flee or defend themselves, where the Olvar that grow cannot. So what she basically says is, yeah, the children, the elves, the dwarves, later men, will come to the earth and basically take everything as their own and use it. At least the animals, which she mentions here, they can flee and defend themselves. Think of, I don't know, a lion or whatever. A bear, I don't know. Whereas the Olvar that grow cannot. And among these I hold trees dear. Long in the growing, swift shall they be in the felling. And unless they pay toll with fruit upon bow little murned in their passing. So I see in my thought, would that the trees might speak on behalf of all things that have roots. and punish those that wrong them. That is a strange thought, said Manwe. Yet it was in the song, said Yavanna, for while thou wert in the havens and with Ulmo built the clouds and poured out the rains, I lifted up the branches of great trees to receive them, and some sang to Ilúvatar amid the wind and the rain. Then Manwe sat silent, and the sword of Yavanna that she had put in his heart grew and unfolded, and it was beheld by Ilúvatar, that's God. Then it seemed to Manwe that the song rose once more about him, and he heeded now many things therein that though he had heard them, he had not heeded before. At last the vision was renewed, but it was not now remote, for he was himself within it, and yet he saw that all was upheld by the hand of Ilúvatar, and the hand entered in, and from it came forth many wonders that had until then been hidden from him in the hearts of the Ainur, that are these spirit beings, these so-called gods. Then Manwe awoke, and he went down to Yavanna upon Iselohar, and he sat beside her beneath the two trees. And Manwe said, O Kementari, that's the title name, whatever you call it, of Yavanna, Eru has spoken, saying, do then any of the Vala suppose that I did not hear all the song, even the least sound of the least voice? Behold, when the children awake, then the sword of Yavanna will awake also, and it will summon spirits from afar that will go among the Kelvar and the Olvar, which is very interesting. So spirits from afar come also to the animals. Maybe, okay, that is actually, I haven't read this section here in quite a while. It would be interesting if the spirits entering the animals could be, for example, the origin of the skin changes. It's just a theory that just came up on the spot here. And the Olvar, and some will dwell therein, and be held in reverence, and their just anger shall be feared. For a time, while the firstborn are in their power, and while the secondborn are young, but dost thou not now remember, Kementari, that thy thought sang not always alone? Did not thy sword and mine meet also, so that we took wing together like great birds that soar above the clouds, and so on and so forth? Not sure where this next section goes to, actually. It also when we skip a bit of this section. But yeah, that the spirits from afar basically go into the plants is the origin story of the Ents. So interestingly, they're not directly named in this section, just trying to find it. Currently doing a terrible job at finding it, to be honest. But yeah, this basically explains how the Ents came to be very early. However, in this context, as returning to the original question here, very difficult and tough and long answer here. In this context, the Ents, not the Ents, in this context, the animals are mentioned. Also, Tirza, welcome, nice to see you. Also, great, Gribo, welcome. The Ents, the animals are mentioned here as well already. So they existed at the time the dwarves were created, maybe even before. So it's difficult to answer. I'm not sure if there are further hints. No, this is the only thing. This is in the chapter of Aule and Yavanna. It's the second chapter. That is the chapter after the beginning of days. And the beginning of days comes after the Valaquenta, and before the Valaquenta comes the Ainu Lindale. So it's kind of the fourth chapter in the Silmarillion. So it's a very early chapter, if that makes sense. And the chapter after is of the coming of the elves and the captivity of Melkor. So if this order here is considered useful or canon or whatever you want to call it, if it's chronological, then before the elves were there, the animals were already there. It is not 100% clear if Yavanna created the animals, but it sounds a bit like, from this dialogue that I just read in a very long section here, that, because they also talk about the music, that they were already part of the music of the Ainur. Same as the plants, basically. So it might be that Yavanna labored to bring them to existence. So she definitely has to do with it. So from this perspective, I would argue that Yavanna... Oh, too nice. Welcome. Nice to see you. In this context, I would definitely argue that they were part of the music of the Ainur already, so basically part of that. But I could imagine... Let me just see if I find the quote here again. Where was it? King of Arda, is it true, as Aule has said to me, that the children, when they come, shall have dominion over all things of my labor, to do so as they will therewith? So, from this perspective, I would say that this also includes the Kelvar as also the Olvar. So the plants and the animals, the flora and fauna, if you want. So I would say yes, they were part originally of the song of creation, of the music of the Ainur, that then came to being and became reality through God, through Ilúvatar. But that Yavanna might labor to actually bring them to existence as well, if that makes sense. I love how Yavanna created ants to protect the trees from her husband's creations. Yes. But yeah, this is one of the earliest mentions of animals, so I would say... Thanks, Chris. That was enlightening. I guess Melkor created Yavanna's animals later than the end of... I mean, he repurposed them, basically. Corrupted. Yeah. I know what you were going for. Why did the Ents never actually stop humans from cutting trees? Maybe they did. Isn't there a strange Hobbit story when it comes to the old forest? I forgot where that was. Can somebody remember that? That is, I think... Is it a Conspiracy Unmasked, or is it the Old Forest? I think it might be Old Forest. Yeah, it seems to be Old Forest. Not sure if I find this. Yeah, here it is. I thought all the trees were whispering to each other, passing news and plots along in an unintelligible language, and the branches swayed and groped without any wind. They do say the trees do actually move and can surround strangers and hem them in. In fact, long ago they attacked the hedge. Like it was kind of the border thing between the land of the hobbits and the old forest. Maybe I can show this stuff here on the map as well, chat. No, I can't really. I don't have a high resolution thing here, but this here is the old, like the Shire is here, Hobbiton, Mickle Delving. Here's Buckland somewhere. This is the bridge there, and yeah, here's Buckland, and this is the old forest. Here are the Barrow Downs. Here's Bree. So the hedge, I think, was somewhere here, if I remember correctly. I have to admit, there's also a chapter I haven't read in some time. However, coming back to what I just, to my thought there, they do say that move, blah, blah, blah. In fact, long ago, I think the trees, attacked the hedge. They came and planted themselves right by it and leaned over it. But the hobbits came and cut down hundreds of trees and made a great bonfire in the forest and burned all the ground in a long strip east of the hedge. After that, the trees gave up the attack, but they became very unfriendly. There's still a wide, bare space not far inside where the bonfire was made. Is it only the trees that are dangerous? Asked Pippin. And the story continues here in the book chapter. What's interesting though, it seems like this is like one legendary mention of the hobbits of trees attacking them potentially for cutting down trees and stuff like that. So there might be some examples here. But there's no story of the war between Numenorians and the Ents, for example. No, not really, you're right. Like the Numenorians, when they landed here, like in the second age version of this map, you see there's more wood here. And all these woods, like Fangorn, that's this one here, was connected to basically all the other woods. Like long ago, Tom Bombadil's old forest here was connected to all the other stuff. And so on. And when the Numenorians came, they needed a lot of wood, and they cut down everything and also pushed the people that lived here in this area here. They became the Dune Landings later. And so on. So here's Duneland, and now the woods are mostly gone. It's not like it's a barren wasteland, but the forests were reduced quite a bit. Also, Windenus, nice to see you. Welcome. It's in this regard very interesting. Hey, Mary, also welcome. Good evening, and Joe, welcome too. I think I already read you, but not said hello or something. Nonetheless, they will have need of wood. Owl is not very romantic to his wife, is he? Yeah, maybe not. But yeah, it's interesting. That Tolkien never mentions a conflict between Ents and the Numenorians, but I guess there were a lot of other things Tolkien had to work on, so this maybe fell over or something. I'm not sure. But to my knowledge, there's no mention of the Numenorians and Ents clashing. Okay, that's another interesting quote from the Silmarillion regarding I think it's the Silmarillion. Yes. The beginning of days. That is the chapter after the Valaquenta, so one chapter before the chapter I just read of Aule and Yavanna. There's actually a good quote somebody here in chat posted. No, I think it was on Tolkien Gateway. but it helps me finding here the other mention of it. Then the seeds that Yavanna had sown began swiftly to sprout and to burgeon, and there arose a multitude of growing things, great and small, mosses and grasses and great ferns, and trees whose tops were crowned with cloud, as they were living mountains, but whose feet were wrapped in a green twilight. And beasts came forth and dwelt in grassy plains, or in the rivers and the lakes, or walked in the shadow of the woods. This here, interestingly, is the beginning of days. And this is the so-called Spring of Arda, online often also called, and I know some hardcore Tolkien fans hate this term, but some call it the Years of the Lambs. This is when the world was not as we know it, but it was actually pretty symmetrical, and there were two gigantic towers on the south and north. Ormal and Iluin, I think, were the names. And yeah, so the world was very different at this time, and there were already beasts around in this time, and yeah, we can just here read how those came to be. Very interesting, and a very early mention of the animal thing. So just to complete this question. No wonder the iconic weapon of the dwarves is the axe. Yeah, that's actually a good point. Mark, that's a good point. To recall my question, were Ents free peoples, or were part of the free peoples? Did they have souls, as dwarves do, or were they considered, for example, servants of Yavanna? I can't tell you this to 100%, but in the chapter I just read, when the children awake, then the sword of Yavanna will awake also, and it will summon spirits from afar, and they will go among the Kelvar and Olvar, and some will dwell therein and be held in reverence, and their just anger shall be feared. Now let thy children beware, for there shall walk a power in the forest whose wrath they will arouse at their peril. Nonetheless, they will have need for wood, said Aula, and he went on with his smith's work. Yeah, it's a very interesting chapter. But they're talking about spirits from afar. From this perspective, I would make the argument that this hints at a soul. Like, there are spirits in it. If you consider a soul being kind of a spirit, then yeah, I would say that's the thing. If they're only servants of Yavanna, is a good question. I think in a way they are, but I also think they are kind of free, because that's how animals mostly work. Like, Yavanna dislikes the idea that basically others can rule over her works and what she's doing. And as a result, if we come back here to the artwork, as a result, I think those should not be considered, like, Ents should not be considered her servants. I think they do these things. The spirits from afar intrigue me. I sometimes connect them to what necromancer can abuse. Yeah, kind of. Yeah, it seems definitely some of these spirits were also not embodied. That is also true. For sure, chat. Can't believe we're already an hour on. But that's kind of the classic here for the stream. We're an hour on, I answered like 2 questions. It's a bit sad. Maybe 3, because we combined the follow-up questions for Gilgalad. Yeah, there were also other spirits. Like in the service of Melkor, there were already other spirits as well. There are different mentions of that. Speaks well of the intelligence of the chat. Yeah, that is of course true. I agree. Yeah, they were possessed by some spirit, that for sure. But I like the theory, chat, that some of these beasts were possessed by spirits from afar as well, like the Kelvar, the animals, and maybe this is like, we need an explanation for the for the skin changes. I kind of think that's a cool theory, in my opinion, that this is how these skin changes came to be. Mm-hmm. Sorry, just was snacking something. Huan could also be one of them. Yeah, that for sure. Let me see. Who made the artwork though, chat? I forgot. Was it Kimberly? No, it was Ted Naismith, of course. I forgot to change my mode here. That's why you see my image is always changing back and forth, but just searching for it. But yeah, here we have Luthien escaping on Huan, the Hound. Also, I see the chat in the question in Twitch chat, so we might go into this for a moment. Bjorn and his kin are a terrific mystery, yeah, for sure. I think... Yeah, that's also interesting that the hobbits, that the Ents were in Beleriand as well. We later have the idea that I forgot exactly where they were living, to be honest, but wasn't it somewhere here? Somewhere very far away. Beren and Luthien were living, and then they later, with the help of the Ents, came basically to attack the dwarves to get the Silmaril back and so on. So I'm not sure if this was heavily edited by Christopher Tolkien later or not, I forgot. Okay, the very classic question by Baldur's Fate in the Twitch chat. I find it very fascinating, a very good question. It's a classic question, but let me see if I find the corresponding image for it. Maybe I should switch to the other mode really quick. Oh, it was actually in the first film anyway, so... No, not the Witch King, we need this guy. Let me just... It's a very classic question about this. Yeah, but basically, why did Elrond not basically take the ring from Isildur, or basically push Isildur himself with the ring into the fires of Mount Doom? That's a very classic question, and this question mostly comes up of course, in the films. While they are already there, well, couldn't have Elrond taken the ring from him or fought with him or whatever? It's a very classic question in the fandom always. In the books, it's not implied that Isildur ever went this far. Like, a very boring answer, I guess. There are multiple angles that you could try and argue around this question. But let me just think. Where is it written? Rings of Power. My keyboard language. So yeah, the section in the Silmarillion describing this particular scene is a bit different and very short. The ruling ring passed out of the knowledge even of the wise in that age, yet it was not unmade, for Isildur would not surrender it and would not surrender it to Elrond and Círdan, who stood by. They counseled him to cast it into the fire of Orodruin, nigh at hand, in which it had been forged, so that it should perish, and the power of Sauron be forever diminished, and he should remain only as a shadow of malice in the wilderness. But Isildur refused this counsel, saying, "This I will have as a weregild for my father's death and my brother's. Was it not that I dealt the enemy his death blow? And the ring that he held seemed to him exceedingly fair to look on, and he would not suffer it to be destroyed." So that's how the book describes it. So in the film, it's of course kind of exaggerated. Círdan only has a few cameos in the movie, so he's not really appearing there. And we only have Elrond and Isildur. But from the book's perspective, this happened on the battlefield after Sauron was defeated. It said, "Isildur, you have to take this ring and destroy it." And Isildur said, "No, I'm not doing that." And Isildur was not alone. He was now the new ruling king of the Dúnedain, of men basically, of the men of the West. And he would not just, like, Elrond can't just take the king of men and throw him into the volcano. That I would assume his soldiers would have something to say about that as well. And yeah, that is not working. On the other side, like, murdering Isildur would also be very, yeah, I don't know. Elrond is a very righteous character. I think he would not see this as righteous, even though he would consider destroying the ring the best possible outcome. But it's something he simply can't do. He also can't take the ring from Isildur and run to the volcano and destroy it, because nobody can destroy the ring. Once you have it, you can't destroy it. It's impossible for even a man like Isildur, who was a really great character in the lore. Like, we only see him in the prologue of Lord of the Rings, basically failing at this. But Isildur, all his life, he had so many difficult tasks to do and so many difficult decisions to make, and he mastered all of them. And this final decision was impossible. But you can't blame him for that, because Tolkien writes in a letter that it is not possible for men, once you have the ring taken for yourself, you can't destroy it. And if you could, you would be more powerful than the ring itself. And as long as this is not the case, and that's not even the case for a powerful elf like Elrond, you can't destroy it. It's simply impossible. And that is kind of the idea behind it. Like, it can only be potentially unmade by somebody greater. I think it was last stream where we looked into this. So this kind of answers the question. That's an interesting point by Crafty Spirit. I don't think one would accept a wereguild from an enemy, though. If you accept wereguild, you are no longer enemies. Isildur was looting. To be fair, the enemy was basically destroyed at this point. Like, he defeated, from the perspective of Isildur, he just killed Sauron. So he was gone. So he took this as a tribute, if that makes sense. So let me just read the Wikipedia article for it. Wereguild, also known as menprice, blood money, was a precept in some historical legal codes whereby a monetary value was established for a person's life to be paid as a fine or as a compensatory damages to the person's family if that person was killed or injured by another. So technically you are right. Interestingly, this also existed for example, I think for animals and stuff, but also for actual people. Now here in the German thing, it basically says if you accept the wereguild, as Crafty Spirit said, you basically give up on revenge, if you want to call it. Very interesting. But yeah, from the perspective of Isildur, Sauron was already dead. Maybe some common soldier nabbed Sauron's left shoe as a wereguild. Maybe. Also, Pumpkin Rick, welcome. Nice to see you. Yeah, maybe this is also a good point by the Amazing Bad Boy. Of course, Isildur took the ring and immediately he had to come up with something why he wants to keep it, because the ring definitely had a hold on him. We can read this like when Isildur was not in possession of this ring for a long time, which is documented, though he wrote something about it. I think he died after getting the ring. He died, I don't know, 3 years later or something, I forgot. Maybe somebody in chat knows the number of years. And he wrote something about this ring. By that time, he also made this scroll, said Gandalf. And that is not remembered in Gondor, it would seem, for this scroll concerned the ring, and thus wrote Isildur therein. The great ring shall go now to be an heirloom of the Norse kingdom, but records of it shall be left in Gondor, where also dwell the heirs of Elendil, lest a time come when the memory of these great matters shall grow dim. It was hot, the ring, when I first took it, hot as a glede, I'm not sure how it's pronounced, and my hand was scorched, so that I doubt if I ever again shall be free of the pain of it. Yet, even as I write, it is cooled, and it seemeth to shrink, though it loses neither its beauty nor its shape. Already the writing upon it, which at first was as clear as red flame, faded and is now only barely to be read. It is fashioned in an elvish script of Eregion, for they have no letters in Mordor for such subtle work, and the language is unknown to me. I deem it to be a tongue of the Black Land, since it is foul and uncouth. How it's pronounced. What evil it saith, I do not know, but I trace here a copy of it, lest it fade beyond recall. The ring misses, maybe, the heat of Sauron's hand, which was black and yet burned like fire, and so Gil-galad was destroyed. And maybe were the gold made hot again, the writing would be refreshed. But for my part, I will risk no hurt to the thing. Of all the works of Sauron, the only fair. It is precious to me, though I buy it with great pain. So he already says it is precious to him, this classical quote that we know. Isildur calls it precious funny. Yeah, he does. So we definitely notice it relatively fast had a grasp or a hold on him, and then he came up with the Wergild. There is another interesting text about the Wergild. I'm not sure if I remember this wrong. Could work. I hope it does, chat. Mangold. Under ancient Teutonic and English law was a payment in compensation for fine, murder, and crimes. Only later in this chapter it is said directly that Isildur's brother Anarion was also killed in the battle. In The Road to Middle-earth, Tom Shippey, the famous Tolkien scholar, comments that Elrond's speech, as is only suitable for one so old, is full of old-fashioned inversions of syntax and words like Wergild, Esquire, Shards. Its burden is to state the Northern theory of courage, as Tolkien called it in his British Academy lecture, Beowulf, the Monsters and the Critics, whose central thesis is that even ultimate defeat does not turn right into wrong. Elrond has seen many defeats and many fruitless victories, as Elrond says himself, and in a way He has even given up hope, at least for his adopted people, the elves. But this does not make him change his mind or look for easy options. Very interesting comment here by Shippy. Who knew the One Ring was also useful for losing difficult hidden truths? For sure. Also, Leanna Stark, welcome. Nice to see you. Great you could make it here as well to the stream. Let me try to get catch up with chat. I think it says something about binding in darkness. Well, probably nothing to worry about. Well, to be fair, he couldn't read what was written on it. The same way Bilbo describes it as a gift, yeah. I mean, that it was better that he died or later things went worse. That's actually a good point by Mary. Like, even though, like, what could have happened to Isildur if he kept the ring could have been far worse than getting killed by orcs on the way home. Even though, I guess, yeah, both options are not great, I guess. But if you look at Gollum, well, there's that. It was a war gift. It gets really big and Harry when there's full moon. There's a question by Pumpkin. Or is it only a movie thing? I would love to answer that. And Boromir. Oh, you mean the Boromir section? If that is only a movie thing? Well, Boromir was also tempted by the ring. Even though he didn't even wear it. The inscription of the ring is black speech, yes. And so the follow-up question, would Isildur not become a Nazgul if he would have possessed the ring for longer? Potentially, yes. I would say. The possibility, let's say, is at least there for it. Like, in theory, if his willpower is strong enough, he could try to control the ring to some degree and maybe prevent this, but ultimately I think the fate would have been very similar because Gandalf does not exclude the One Ring. Let me just see. In the chapter of Lord of the Rings, Shadow of the Past. Let me see. It talks about fading. Though this is a kind of controversial, actually, quote. Immortal Frodo, who keeps one of the great rings, does not die, but he does not grow or obtain more life. He merely continues until at last every minute is a weariness. And if he often uses the ring to make himself invisible, he fades. He becomes in the end invisible permanently and walks in the twilight under the eye of the dark power that rules the rings. Yes, sooner or later if he is strong or well-meaning to begin with, but neither strength nor good purpose will last, sooner or later the dark power will devour him. So that's basically what happened to the Nazgul. They had their great rings of power, not the one ring, but these 9 great rings of power that were given to men at one point by Sauron. And yeah, wearing those at some point they faded. Like if you use the ring often, then this process can be very fast. In case of Bilbo, like, he was not fading because he didn't use the ring very often. At some point, I assume. He kept it always with him, but I guess... And also the hobbits seem to be very resistant to the evil power of the ring. The One Ring is kind of, though, in a very specific way, a bit different. Seeing the writing on the ring, not being able to read it, reaction, just some gibberish, throwing the ring away. Did he call it a gift? Oh, that's a good question. I'm not sure, chat, if Boromir calls it a gift as well. There is an interesting line that Boromir says during the council. I try to find it right now. Like in the film, he says, "By the blood of my people, your borders are kept safe." There's this particular thing there. Unfortunately, don't. He does not say it like this in the book, but there's a very similar thing where Boromir also argues into this direction, and then Aragorn stands up and has a few words to say to this. It's a very interesting response by Aragorn in the books. It's not in this extent in the films. I just tried to go through it. It seems like no. It's in the Council of Elrond. Boromir does not call it a gift. If I not have missed something really quick, I just try to find the word gift in the text. I think he calls it a weapon or something like this. Why should we not think that the great ring has come into our hands to serve us in the very hour of need? Wielding it, the free lords of the free may surely defeat the enemy. That is what he most fears, I deem. The men of Gondor are valiant, and they will never submit, but they may be beaten down. Valor needs first strength, and then a weapon. Let the ring be your weapon, if it is such power as you say. Take it and go forth to victory. Alas, no, said Elrond. We cannot use the ruling ring that we now know too well. It belongs to Sauron and was made by him alone, and so on and so forth. Boromir looked at them doubtful, but he bowed his head. So be it, he said. Then in Gondor we must trust to such weapons as we have. And at least while the wise ones guard this ring, we will fight on. Maybe the sword that was broken may still stem the tide, if the hand that wields it has inherited not an heirloom only, but the sinews of the kings of men. So he only calls it a weapon, I think, not a gift. You have to catch up with chat again, unfortunately. Can someone explain what they mean by Sauron forges the ring in Mount Doom? I think it just means he creates it by some matters. Like Sauron was a Maya of Aule. Aule was basically the kind of god of smithing. So he is also, when it comes to smithing, crafting, creating something, like the ring creators were called jewel smiths. So if it's just by the word, what exactly this means in the fires of Mount Doom, how this process worked, exactly what Sauron did exactly, Tolkien never describes this in any detail, so I can't really say what is happening there. But usually to smith something you need heat, and the ring does not melt even, I don't know, by dragon fire, so he needs a lot of heat, it seems. And it seems he found that what he needed to create a powerful artifact like this in this mountain. You have to use your imagination, it's better that way, I think. Yeah, that for sure. Yeah, the idea that Sauron couldn't comprehend someone not choosing to use the ring in such is such a cool angle, yeah. Definitely. The writing on the ring says return to sender. Mary's also searching something in the Council of Elrond. Can you tell me what you were looking for? Because it's a bit difficult to reconstruct that. He's actually holding something in the prologue when making it. Yeah, I think there's some detail. I'm not sure if I have an image of that though. Yeah, you mean this one, right? He holds something like a hammer or something? I don't know. Let me see. That's an interesting question. If I can find the answer really quick. There is, I think, in the... So the following question, maybe... wait, where is it? One moment, chat. Where was it? Who asked the question? It was an interesting one. Any thoughts on the name Cormallen? How is this even pronounced? Cormallen. Something like that. Meaning gold ring. The ring is destroyed and Sam and Frodo are immediately taken to some place named after the gold ring, the Field of Cormallen. Yeah, interestingly, there is a note in an unfinished index of Tolkien that he wrote and kind of mentions this. I can read you. It's from, you find it in Lord of the Rings, A Reader's Companion. Field of Cormallen. In his unfinished index, Tolkien defines Cormallen, golden circle, from Sindarin, Cor, ring, and Mallen, golden, as a region in Ithilien, originally called after the... okay, this word I have to look up. What is this an English word? It is. How is this pronounced? Laburnum. Okay, didn't know that one. Continuing, originally called after the laburnum that grew there. And Field of Cormallen as a met in Cormallen in Ithilien, not far from the east bank of Anduin, opposite Caer Andros, where the rejoicings at the victory were held. Shire Reckoning 1419. Index also includes an entry for a word which does not appear in the Lord of the Rings, but is evidently meant as a source of the name Cormallen. Kulumalda. Not even sure how that is pronounced. Kulumalda. Kulumalda, something like that. A tree with hanging yellow blossoms, probably laburnum, growing in Ithilien, especially in Cormalen. So that's the origin of that name. Exact words, what I mean are, at least in my pocket version, page 237. I can look. Not sure if that covers. I have to get my Lord of the Rings copy. I'm not sure if the pages are identical. I can't tell you that yet, but I can look at 237. So Joe, I think it was your question. 237. I think that's actually also in my book, Council of Elrond. No, that's many meetings for me. It's the end of many meetings, so my page number here might be different from yours. Can you maybe post the, like, I don't know, the first, let's say, 3 words of a sentence that is important in this context for what you were looking for, Mari? Or maybe 4 words that I can find it easily. Oh, interesting. I didn't know that there was some lost footage. But yeah, it was Joe's question about Cormalen. Interesting. There was also still the question of of Rico Thingol. I have to come also in a moment, chat. I got distracted so much here. It's not lost. It is no secret that there are hundreds of hours of unused footage. Yeah, they potentially have recorded like so much stuff for Lord of the Rings that is never used. It would be interesting to see that stuff, to be honest. But there's also like Aragorn at the end fighting, or King Elisar fighting with Sauron. This scene, there's a scene where Arwen is also in the second film, and with the archers that appear there in Hornburg, Helm's Deep, like the battle of Hornburg in the second film, and so on. And there's just so much stuff. And these are, I think, the more widely known. There's potentially a lot of tons of interesting unknown stuff. don't know anything about the blacksmith stuff, but they put the ironwork in a fire to forge it. I think there are different techniques, but yeah, basically you heat the metal and then you can form the metal and then you can cool it in a specific way, and with this you can also control specific properties of the metal, I think. Like, I think the carbonite levels and stuff like this, and this is important for making steel then, and so on, and how hard it is. Yeah, so I hope this answers some of your questions. I'm not even sure how we got here. I'm not even sure what question I tried to answer in the first place. I just jumped to the Cormallen thing. I think we talked about if Boromir calls it a gift. But yeah, that seems to be more a movie thing. Maybe later he called. It could be. I'm not sure. I've just checked Council of Elrond, and there Boromir does not call the ring a gift, only a weapon. Can hear the ends in the chat say 2 questions an hour is a great tempo. Yeah, potentially. Okay, we had a very early question I wanted to look into as well. So Rico asked ages ago, like 2 hours ago or something, how was it possible that barely any dwarfs knew what Durin's Bane was, considering he murked the whole realm in like a year? That's a good question, that they did not know. Like, it's an interesting question. I don't have a good answer for it, as often, unfortunately, or very satisfying answer for that. Let's first of all switch to Durin's Bane. I think I just named it differently here. The classic image, so the Balrog from Lord of the Rings. It's very interesting, but also kind of complicated as always. How did they not know about the Balrog? I think time is a very big problem, if that makes sense. Like, of course, the dwarves definitely must have known about what a Balrog is. The problem is, at this time, they discovered the Balrog according to what's it called? Appendix B in Lord of the Rings. Yeah. 1980 years into the Third Age, we can read, the Witch King comes to Mordor and there gathers the Nazgul. A Balrog appears in Moria and slays Durin the Sixth. Hard to say word. So this was 2,000 years into the Third Age. Let's say 2,000 years, it's easier to calculate. Then we have to add 3,441 years, roundabout. So we had 5,000, let's say 400 years, it's easier to calculate. 5,521 years to be precise. And then we get closer to the time when the dwarves knew about Balrog. So it's just a ridiculously long time. Like we're talking about almost 5,500 years that are in between. And like over 5,000 years when the dwarves the last time saw a Balrog. So yeah, in theory they could have known, but it was not like that was a creature they encountered in their daily lives for like a couple of thousand years. So they potentially forgot what exactly that was. Not sure how well versed the dwarves were in the lore, how many storytelling or how many basically what do you call it, Überlieferungen, how much lore there was left. Tradition, transmission, yeah, let's call it oral law or whatever, was left, or written law was left over how a Balrog looked and what it was. And then, yeah, when the Balrog appeared, they kind of had to fight it, and it's also not 100% clear how fast the Balrog was able to kill them, yeah, oral history. And from this perspective, it's kind of understandable, I think, like because the time span is just ridiculously long, if that makes sense, that the dwarves simply forgot about, is this a Balrog or not? Like for them, it also doesn't matter if it's a Balrog or not. It's just some fire shadow demon that just killed their king and made them leave their kingdom and then be without that for a long time. Though yeah, we can read, Knowing the first is slain, the dwarves flee from Moria. Many of the sylvan elves of Lorien flee south. Amros and Nimrodel are lost. Kind of, it was a fascinating year. It was a bad year, to be honest. Like 1980 and 1981 in the Third Age, not a good year. Or not good years. It's not clear like how long it took for the Balrog to push them out. Like we know it's 1980, the Balrog appears. 1981, dwarves have to flee from Moria a year later. It could also be a couple of months or something like that, depending on how late in what year the Balrog might appear or not. Let's go and looking something up. That's something very funny. So that's the correct reading as published in the first edition 1955 and the Ballantine book second edition 1965. As first printed in the Allen and Unwin second edition 1966, however, a section was omitted, producing an erroneous reading. Knowing the first slain, the dwarves of Lorien flee south. So there's something like a whole section is kind of missing here. And the elves, the Sylvan elves of Lorien flee south, and then the dwarves are fleeing south. These flee from Moria got missing there. This was corrected in the 8th and 9th printing of that edition, 1974 and 78. Very interesting. What weird errors sometimes appear in the old editions here and there of these books. It's also hard to tell, like you have to consider who wrote these notes. Potentially, the dwarves were potentially not the authors of the appendix, and when the king got slain were potentially others, so keep this in mind as well. Like here in the note it says a Balrog appears in Moria and slays King. This was written much later down, maybe from an outside perspective or whatever. Keep this in mind that it back in the time, I guess the dwarves did not exactly know what kind of demon attacked them. And that's also an interesting point by the Bionicle fan. When I reread The Hobbit recently, the echoes of the description of Smaug's death and the Balrog's death struck me. The choice of words is similar, and as well two mythical creatures being vanquished. That's an interesting point. You might be right that both sections are quite, or most descriptions are quite similar. How many well-trained elven fighters would it take to defeat an average Balrog? That's hard to tell, to be honest. I think there are never really any notes or direct implications how strong they are. In theory, it needs only Glorfindel or Ixalion, but then they die as well. So technically, for one to survive, you need two. That makes sense. Yeah, we need one Glorfindel. and an abyss or a well. Both could work. One strong elf with a pointy head can do the job. Yeah, that's, I guess, a good answer to this question. I would love to give you a more serious answer, though, but I don't have any. I think it's really hard to tell. Oh, Gregory has maybe found Boromir and the gift, but does call it a gift, but in the breaking of the fellowship chapter, it is a gift, I say, a gift to the foes of Mordor. It is mad to not use it, to use the power of the enemy against him. Okay, awesome that you found it. Like, yeah, I also find it here. It's in the chapter, yeah, the breaking of the fellowship, as said. And there he calls it a gift. So, okay, I wasn't sure, to be honest, because in my mind, often film and book dialogue also starts mixing over the years. So I wasn't sure. Like, I only checked the Council of Elrond section, and there he does not call it a gift yet. So this was maybe moved. And behold, in our need, chance brings to light the Ring of Power. It is a gift, I say, a gift to the foes of Mordor. It is mad to not use it, to use the power of the enemy against him. The fearless, the ruthless, these alone will achieve victory. What could not a warrior do in this hour, a great leader? What could not Aragorn do? Or if he refuses, why not Boromir? The ring would give me power of command. How I would drive the hosts of Mordor, and all men would flock to my banner. Okay, chat. That was a good answer, thanks. Okay. Now, it seems to be kind of a theme. A brilliant gift, so both Boromir and Bilbo called the gift. Yeah, Pumpkin. I'm glad that I think Gregory found the quote. Much appreciated. The genius of Peter Jackson, or let's say Fran Welch and Philippa Boyens, by putting the right dialogue in the right place for a movie. Yeah, that for sure. They often move things around, but it often makes sense. But of course, Peter Jackson was also involved in the script stuff, I think. So yeah, credit to where credit is due, I think. In Legolas' case, Peter Jackson took all this dialogue away. So what are we talking about? We just talked about if Boromir calls the ring also a gift, and I only originally I think the question was it in the Council of Elrond, and no, in the book he does not call it a gift there, but later in the chapter The Breaking of the Fellowship, Boromir called the ring a gift again. And we talked about how many elves you need to kill Balrog. We said basically one, but the elf also dies. One Glorfindel. And before that, we also talked about things which I forgot again. I think we talked about a question was asked very early at the stream, like 2 hours ago. Because usually when I give an answer, it sometimes takes an hour to answer, or not an hour, but half an hour to answer something. It's always complicated. We go into a lot of detail here, as much as I can. I think Rico might not be still here to hear the answer. That's a bit unfortunate. But at least I answered it at some point in the stream. So I guess that counts. Can always happen. Yeah, there was, I think somebody said it earlier in the stream, was about how big Rivendell is. Was it just the house? I think it's a bit difficult to answer. I think we discussed this in an earlier stream or in the film and book reference video. I'm not 100% sure anymore what my conclusion is, but there are some other places. Like this is, I think a good source for it is the Atlas of Middle-earth. Because Karen Wynne Fonstead made like a sketch of Rivendell. God, Holmes, Lothlorien, Elrond's house. So there's a stable, there's a forge, and there's Elrond's house, there's a bridge. So there's a stone seat, the terrace pass. Cameron Fonstead also notes here a bell tower. Like the house was pretty big, it seems, of Elrond. Beyond that, yeah, it seems it was pretty, let's say, not that big. That makes sense. It was not like it was a massive elvish city or something. It was just Elrond's house there. There's not that much description, I think, of how big Rivendell actually is. Rivendell, yeah, this is an important point by Mark Schieser. Rivendell was once big enough to host the armies of Lindon and Arnor together for some years. So, yeah, it can't be that small, to be honest. But I don't think they all lived in Elrond's house. So there might be other houses, or they just made camps there. Very hard to tell, to be honest. Yeah, it was large enough to host a small army, and it was also large enough to host a big army. At some point, at least. Because we know that Elendil and Gil-galad camped in Rivendell for, I think, for some years, actually. Yeah, exactly, Gregory. I would agree with your idea here. Another point I also came up, like, if you look at Gildor and the elves on their pilgrimage, I call it, like Sam and Frodo in the film, the extended edition, they see the elves. In the book, this is a bigger section, and one of the elves they meet there in the forest is Gildor, and it seems like the elves can just live somewhere in the forest, and that's just what an elf thing to do. It's like not big of a problem. And Joe just wrote, elves do well sleeping outside in an enchanted valley. I think no need for lots of buildings. Yeah, that's also a good point. Yeah, that's also true. Elrond led a small army against Angmar. No idea how big the forces were. Yeah, for sure. But there was also the time of the Last Alliance when, yeah, the Last Alliance was there for some time, at least a big part of it. Rivendell only had had the one fort. That explains why it took years to outfit the armies. Did the dwarves even meet Balrog before Third Age? They fought Glaurung, but were not in Gondolin, Fourth Battle Argalen, etc. Yeah, that's a good question, Be White. How much the dwarves were involved in the other fights. I could at least imagine that they have heard of a Balrog, maybe have seen one here and there. Hard to tell. They fought, like, the dwarves, I would assume, also had, though, fought in the War of Wrath, and the Balrogs were also fighting in the War of Wrath, at least. So there they could have met Balrogs in battle, even though it's not directly mentioned or anything. Like, also Glaurung came, but when Glaurung fought Azahal, no Balrog was there. I mean, it is possible that there were Balrogs there for whatever reason, but simply not mentioned because it's not a big part of it. But yeah, technically you're of course right. It's like living in a town with only one ATM, huge queue outside the blacksmith. Yeah, definitely there are possibilities for that. I'm not sure if there were buildings. I mean, still, like, technically Elrond to some degree is also, well, Elrond is such a special case, but I would count him towards the Noldor elves, though. And those, like, building stuff. I mean, Galadriel was also definitely part of the LotR elves, even though her mother was Taylor, but it's different topic. However, her husband Celeborn is a Sindar elf, so these tree houses and so on, I think it's more a thing of the Sindar and Sylvan elves. And Rivendell, for me, I don't know why, but I consider more an Noldor place to some degree. Yeah, I could also imagine there were potentially more buildings. Like, Tolkien doesn't describe it that much, and I think here our imagination can take over and we can imagine it. I'm very influenced by Peter Jackson's depiction of Rivendell. Speaking of, maybe I should change the scene at times. Classic Rivendell. I don't imagine Rivendell to be, but I also don't think it's like a massive city or something. I think there's just a lot of space there, and there the elves live maybe a bit outside in the trees, or have some buildings here and there. I also think it's a lot smaller if it doesn't have to host like massive armies. Yeah, Tolkien. You might be right. Rivendell. Tolkien might have made a drawing of it. Yeah, he made one. I can't show it to you, unfortunately, but I can link it to you in chat. So if you're interested, it's not that big, but that is Tolkien's drawing of Rivendell. Can we put it in chat? Always be careful with Tolkien estate imagery and Tolkien stuff. Like, from the artists, I often show the artworks. Shout outs again to the artists. I have permission to use those. Yeah, definitely some. I'm pretty sure Peter Jackson looked at these images himself and said, "Yeah, that's it." I mean, Peter Jackson also used the Bakshi films quite a bit. I would argue, though, Bakshi's depiction of Rivendell looks a bit different than that. Just try to find it on YouTube, and yeah, it looks a bit different. Gil-galad rode to war through the High Pass, and Isildur wished to ride through it for Rivendell. Yeah, exactly. So they went, like, if you look at the map, Let's use the second age map. No, that's the wrong one. Let's use the third age map because there the place name is in. Thanks for the applause, but the others can't hear it. I have stream sounds deactivated right now. But yeah, Imladris, Rivendell is here. And then here, east of it, there's the high pass. And through that you can get to the other side. To Rovanion and so on, the Carrock. In theory, it should not be heard on stream. So don't waste your points. Like literally every element of the drawing is there in the CGI recreation with little embellishment. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I think the drawing is golden. I also think there was a question about if the eagle is golden. So yeah, it is possible, though I think it's not. I can't remember if it's ever described that the eagle or the king of the eagles or whatever might be golden. I can't tell you that, to be honest. Gildor's company is probably a good dozen elves and maybe something like 30 individuals are guests for the council. There are probably a few hundred elves in the background. Yeah, for sure. That might be quite a few hundred is definitely an estimate I would also agree on. There might even be more, who knows. Oh, Thomas B. Anderson. The movie when they encounter the Balrog, Boromir says, "What is this new devilry? Is this a mistake? Should it be Morgoth?" Nice one. You have to consider that, I don't know, there's some miles from this point here to this point here. So it's not a small area, actually. So let's say east of Rivendell, there's enough space for all the elves you can imagine. Is Morgoth almost like a folk tale to the average Gondorian? Hard to tell, to be honest, how they look upon. Like, I think they might have songs and lore about the first age there in Gondor still. So they know about at least some details there. As a result, they must know about Morgoth, the enemy. So I would say it's, yeah, I don't know. I think they maybe see it more as part of history, even though it was a long time ago. But on the other side, if we look at Gondor here, like Mordor was, like here is Minas Tirith, and right next is Mordor already. So they can look at this and see Sauron, have seen Sauron often in action. So from this perspective, well, have they seen him often in action? To be honest, not that often. Because most of the time Sauron was not there. Mostly they have seen the servants of Sauron in action, but yeah, you know what I mean. So this was a very real danger for the people of Mordor, of Gondor. Yeah, there's also, like Mark says, in Numenor there was like a cult, and they definitely know the Numenorian history. Like Sauron established a Morgoth cult in Numenor. Yeah, you have to consider that Tolkien wrote The Lord of the Rings from the perspective that he found the book of Red Book of Westmarch, the Red Book of Bilbo and Frodo and his friends later, and translated that into English. This one here. Oh, wrong screen. Imagine when Sauron moved into Mordor. It's like getting a terrible noisy neighbor move next to you. Yes. It's a good comparison, I think. Otaku-senpai asks, could the Fellowship have made for Dorwinion and then approached Mordor from the east? That's a good question. I'm not even sure. Like, I remember reading something about what Gandalf's original plan for the Fellowship and the route was, where he planned to go. So, just going a bit back to our fantastic map here. Shouts to my moderator Kirdan for making a third age version of it. So people wondering where Dorwinion is. So basically, yeah, Gandalf, when they started here in Rivendell, he knew basically they need to cross the Misty Mountains. There's this gigantic mountain range here. And there were, different possibilities. There was a Redhorn Pass, Karazras as it's called, that's here. Here you could cross it. And the advantage with Karazras is that after it, you are close to Lothlorien, and there you have allies right next to you. I'm not sure, I don't remember what the argument against the high pass at this time was. I think it was kind of dangerous at this time. So they said, nah, let's not go over the high pass. Carrack, and then potentially have a wide, big land that you have to cross, and the enemy is potentially watching. Though here you would have an ally in Thranduil, and here also at this time, of course, King Doin or Dain was king of Erebor, and Dale was reestablished in Esgaroth and so on. So you had allies here in this region, but you don't need to go here, you need to go further south. So yeah, they basically decided a different route. Then at the end, they also had the option to go through the gap of Rohan, which is here. But then they were getting close to Isengard, however it's pronounced. And that would also not be great. So in the end, they used Khazad-dûm Moria and went through that, came out here on the other side, and were also basically close to Lorien. So basically a similar result as if they would have taken Kara Zarasi Redhorn Pass. And yeah, so where to go from here? All the way down the Anduin, and then I don't know how to enter this. Or another option, and this would have, I think, brought them closer to Dol Guldur, which was also still in the influence of Sauron at this time, but go all the way here to the east, and then go to in the roundabout the direction of Dorwinion, and then enter Mordor from behind. I don't think that this was the plan, because going this far to the east might result in getting close to the territories of the Easterlings. Let me see where we have the Easterlings, chat. We know them from the films as well. I think there's actually 2 towers. One moment, chat. Need to search the Easterlings. Too close to the Easterlings, which also were, not all of them, but some of them were definitely in the service of Sauron. And yeah, Dorwinion's where the wine for Thranduil comes from. But yeah, if you look at this, it would be just a massive distance. Like, I don't know, I can't zoom very well here on this map, but going all the way, passing Dol Guldur in some way. I mean, they could have also went up here, but it would be just such a long way, all this way. Then going through, going here south, and then here maybe entering Mordor from behind, and then you have to go through all of Mordor. You have this mountain range here in between, and then go all the way here. Like, just from the distance, it would be just such a big detour that I think it would be also very dangerous, simply because of the sheer length of this alternative route. So I don't think they ever went for Dorwinion and going there. Now seeing it myself, like now seeing it on the map myself, I'm kind of surprised how much of a detour this would have been. Yeah, the open border of Mordor might be guarded as well. Yeah, that for sure. Though to be fair, Sauron had not many foes there in the east, so potentially he doesn't need that much to guard there, but yeah. In hindsight, was it a mistake to spend almost 2 months in Rivendell? Would the road have been safer if the Fellowship left Rivendell sooner? Potentially, but you have to also consider, well, it was, even when they left, I think it was still kind of cold, right? So you also have to keep in mind that Frodo's, first of all, they needed to find a solution, and then they also, like, Frodo needed a little bit of recovery, I think, still. So there was definitely some limiting factors for all of that, I think. In the end, it worked out, so I wouldn't call it a mistake anyway, to be honest. Yeah, they must also avoid Dol Guldur for sure. Yeah, that's a really long way. Oh no, neighbor noisy on purpose with noisy neighbor. That's very unfortunate. Yeah, that's a good point, Otaku Senpai, that the high pass was simply unusable in January. I thank you, Spider. Thank you, Schnarker. Also, welcome back. As you see, we are still at it. Yeah, that's maybe it would have been passable earlier. That's a good point. Maybe keep the ring on top of the Mithril, not underneath it. That was for sure a mistake. Maybe 3 hobbits standing on each other's shoulders could pass as one Easterling. Yeah, maybe. At least it was a good thing that they spent a lot of time in Lothlorien. Orc parties were already dispatched to locate them, but they weren't astray. Fellowship stayed so long. Yeah. I think that also is something to not underestimate. We also recently, from Tolkien's notes published in the Reader's Companion, we also learned something I did not know, that that the orcs actually captured Gollum on the way to Moria. That I found very interesting, and interrogated him. I think it was out of when he went out of Moria. It was the orcs of I think it was also the Uruk-hai. I'm not 100% sure. I would have to reread this stuff. Are dwarves edible? I don't think so, Schnarke. And wasn't that in the film? What do you mean exactly, Baldur's Fate? What was in the film? I potentially said something a moment ago, and you were referring to it, but sometimes I lose a bit. Sometimes hard for me to connect things. And that Gollum was captured. That's a good question. I don't think so. I think in Fellowship of the Ring we don't see that Gollum is captured. He's only captured by the in the other film by Boromir. He is captured when they are in Ithilien. Like he is Ithilien, this place. I can't even tell you where exactly the Forbidden Pool is. But yeah, somewhere here it must be on the way down to Minas Morgul. And there he's captured. There's one scene in Moria where we briefly see Gollum, and then they get out of it, and then I think we don't see Gollum for quite some time. Gollum doesn't really appear much in the first film, actually. We see him one time in Moria, Yeah, it's implied he was tortured. That is actually a good point, but I think the torture could also come from like in the film. It's not clear how long ago it was that Gollum was here captured by Sauron in Mordor, and or potentially even in Barad-dûr, and was tortured there to get information out of him. So I assume it is I assume, yeah, that is what they're referencing. But you might be right. I wasn't even aware that Gollum was captured there in between, though. Who drew the map canon-wise? That's a good question. I have to admit I can't give you a good answer to that question. But yeah, this map here specifically, like it's the map of Amazon that they published. I think this map was originally drawn by John Howe, and it was modified by my moderator Kirdan to make it work. Yeah, see you later. See you later, Schnake. Sleep well. Yeah, exactly. But that at the beginning in the prologue, or was it when I forgot exactly when this scene? I think it's when Gandalf talks to Frodo. We see this scene, and then he says, "Baggins Shire, Beutlin Auenland," and then the Nazgul know. But I mean, the cap, like at some point they leave Moria, and on this way out, Gollum is captured again by, I think, the orcs of Isengard or something like that. Yeah, it could be from Gondorian sources. It could be by Bilbo. Bilbo always liked to write down stuff. Very hard to tell who drew the maps, to be fair. Bilbo, Frodo, Merry, Pippin. Yo, don't worry. It's a weird thing. Like I said, I didn't notice this myself. I can't even remember where I read this, chat. That's the worst part. I only know it was something. How many January of 92? That's quite a few Januaries in the book. Journey in the Dark. Getting close to it. It must be after Journey in the Dark. Gollum docks the company, climbs up, but then escapes and haunts west borders of Lorien. For many days Gollum lurks near Lorien, moving slowly towards the southern borders. And then at the 24th of January, Gollum captured by Ugluk. See footnote for page 416. But escapes after revealing that hobbits of the Shire were with Gandalf, and enough is said to make Ugluk certain that Ring was with the company. That's basically what I mean here. And this is like only in the Reader's Companion. A very interesting note. And Ugluk was an Uruk in the service of Saruman during the War of the Ring. He captured Merry and Pippin and attempted to bring them to Isengard. In the film, he's also pictured interestingly in the film. Is this a guy who says meat is back on the menu, boys, or something? I think it's him. I'm not 100% sure though. The Gollum game, yeah, the Gollum game is a very special case. So to be fair, I think the Gollum game for the most part treats the lore fairly well, though I think this detail is not even in the Gollum game. Because this is too late, like the Gollum game plays in between The Hobbit and Lord of the Rings. Let me just think if that makes any sense. Yes, it plays shortly before Lord of the Rings, to be precise, because that's when Gollum escapes. The reason why Legolas comes to the Council of Elrond is to report that Gollum escaped. So it was around this. Yeah, gameplay is not great. I completely played through it. I even started a Let's Play, but nobody wanted to see it, so I stopped uploading videos for it. Yeah, it seems like Ugluk released Gollum for whatever reason. Follows company, observes departure of company and follows them. Follows company on lock, seen by Sam on lock. Yeah, sneaky little Gollum escaped. No, it's not in the game, Aris Aurelian. This part, like, the Gollum game plays before Lord of the Rings. This is during Lord of the Rings. During the company left Moria and went to Lothlorien. And then Gollum sneaks around there and tries to keep up with them and notice when they leave Lothlorien again, so he can stick with the company. Sneaky little Gollum escaped, exactly. I finished the Gollum game completely. I played it completely, and I wanted to also upload a complete playthrough, but nobody wanted to see it. Well, there is a completely uploaded playthrough of it, but it's on the Twitch VOD archive channel I have. On my main channel, I think I only had 2 episodes, but it was so much work making them and commenting stuff, and the views were so bad that even for my small channel, they were very bad, that this kind of killed a bit of the motivation to complete. Like, it felt like people genuinely did not want to see it. Do the Uruks references in the books? I don't think so. Like, then better Lego Lord of the Rings, yeah. I have a Lord channel and was interested in the game. Like, I completed it. The last riddle was bugged for me, so I had to replay the whole last level a second time, which was fun. And then sorry, didn't watch it. Well, don't worry, I guess. It's fine. Yeah, I think, like I said, I think the story from the Gollum game was okay. I felt like the people writing this generally tried to be respectful to what Tolkien wrote, considering they're making a video game. Like, in a video game, you need video gamey elements, so the game is kind of fun. To be fair, they failed in this department quite a bit, unfortunately. But yeah, some of the elements, how Gollum is captured, how Gollum escapes, and so on. Though there are some changes to it because they don't have all the rights to all the details that you potentially would need for a Gollum game. You know, they only have Lord of the Rings and the appendices. They don't have access to Unfinished Tales, which there's also a section called Hunt for the Ring and so on, which I think also includes some Gollum information there. But yeah, overall, it's interesting. The problem is the gameplay, like how the game is not good. Maybe if you're not into gaming, you might even enjoy it to some degree, though I find it at times quite frustrating. I say this as somebody who plays Elden Ring on level 1, but on a not leveled character. But still, yeah, I don't know. Like, the platforming is not great. And that is, yeah, already very diplomatically expressing this very diplomatically. I don't know. Let's say, like, it's a platformer with some puzzle elements, and it's a stealth puzzle platformer. Puzzle is not that often a problem. It's mostly a stealth platformer, but with some puzzles, let's say it that way. And like, if you make a game like this, your platforming be better, amazing, and it's unfortunately not. Like, they made the mistake of not playing Super Mario World from 1991, I think it is. When did Super Mario World come out, chat? Is it 1990 or 1991? Super Mario World, just 1990. In Japan, 1919, United States, 1991, Europe, 1992. Whatever, doesn't matter too much. The point still is that Super Mario World and also Super Mario Bros. Before are fantastic platformers that kind of defined how a platformer must control to feel good. And they ignored a lot of these rules. Even though those are 2D and Gollum is 3D, they still kind of apply. For example, in Gollum, you can't do half jumps. You can only, if you press jump, the character jumps to the full height. As a result, if you need to make a small hop over a small gap or something, you have to kind of, I don't know, basically break in the air to not overshoot your target, so to say, to fly too far. And as a result, they have to give Gollum a lot of air control, and as a result, it feels very floaty and sometimes hard to control and very clunky. And it's kind of sad that games from the 90s did it already better than this game. It's very unfortunate. And if your platforming is not great in your platformer, then your stealth mechanics should be absolutely fantastic, but they're just kind of okayish. Is there a Super Nintendo Lord of the Rings game even? Maybe there is one. The SNES times, yeah. Yeah, I also agree with you. Like, the problem is, I think, for the company, like, behind it, they made a lot of fantastic point-and-click adventures, but they didn't sell often, like the later ones, well enough. So they wanted to try something new. They were kind of desperate. They know if we continue this, we close anyway. So we just all in on like a new approach, and it unfortunately didn't work. So it's very sad for the developer. Like Dedelic made some really good point-and-click adventures, and when they announced a Gollum game, I said, okay, it will be a cool point-and-click adventure with some interesting puzzles and so on. We focus on the story, maybe well written, and then it could have been pretty great. But in the end, it did not work out for them. And like explained earlier, it's really not a great game, though it has its moments for sure. And I always feel a bit sad for bashing it, but it's really not a great game. Game-wise, The Hobbit 1982 first one, but that was then which a very early video game, right? That was on the Apple II, Commodore 64. Yeah, it's ancient. But if I'm not mistaken, that is, isn't that like a text adventure? That's ancient. It's older than I am. Yeah, that's also the reason why Sauron let him go, because he knew that Gollum would find his target and maybe lead his people to the Shire and so on. Yeah, exactly. Amazing Backboy. It's hard for this genre in particular. You have to absolutely nail the mechanics to make it fun. Yeah. 100%. Like if you don't nail your platforming, like it's easy. It looks easy, but it's difficult to ever like a platformer feel really responsive. Like a good example for a nice indie platformer where I thought, okay, that's a really cool one. Let me just look how it. Unbound, that was the name. Unbound Worlds Apart. It was the name, and that I think was made in Romania or something. But that's a fantastic platformer. Like that controls really well. Like even they built in some small classic nuances from Super Mario World. Like I'm not 100% sure. I didn't test it, but it feels like it. Like in Super Mario World, if you jump, and if you hold the jump button, you fall down. Your falling speed is reduced, and if you let go of the jump button, you fall down faster. Like it's a very small nuance, but it makes the control of your character so much more precise. And then you have complicated mechanics that you can build upon on this, like the so-called regrab when it comes to, I don't know, Kaizo Mario and stuff and like that. Very interesting. But yeah, you really have to nail the mechanics there, and unfortunately they did not. It's wild that even at the infancy of video games, they tried to use the IP back then. Yeah, that's true. Sorry, Caps, don't worry. It's an early 2000s Hobbit game, I think, was pretty dire. I mean, in the early 2000s, we had a lot of good Lord of the Rings games, to be fair. Like after the success of the cinema adaptations, we got like quite a few good video games, like Battle for Middle-earth, I guess is the first or best example. But later on, also War in the North. I always want to make a video or something about this. Marley Tinoviel, welcome. I had a good question about the wine where Thranduil gets it. It's technically rune, isn't it? Let me see, what do we have here? We briefly talked already about Dorwinion. So Thranduil, the dude living here, you remember him from the films. Oh, my mistake, chat. That's the right map. I have to change back to studio mode, else you see how I have to change here my images back and forth. Thranduil's second film, right? Hobbit, it is Desolation of Smaug. Let's see if I find a good Thranduil screenshot. I have so many screenshots of these films, you have no idea. Let me take this one from the third film. No, that's not from Desolation of Smaug. Now I have to correct this. Screw me. We take one from the second film, so I don't have to change this again. That's from the second film. So yeah, Thranduil, we know the wine scene also from the films, but it's also in the book, and we know he gets like a very strong wine from a region which is in the Hobbit book called Dorwinion, and as you can see, it is usually placed here. There is a map, a commented map, when Tolkien made this map, and he placed Dorwinion here. So this is a Sea of Rune, and as a result, I would agree, yeah, that's part Rune. I mean, means translated just east, so since it's that far removed from all the elven realms, I would say, yeah, everything here could be a rune. I mean, it's next to the Sea of Rune. Why would it not be considered that? The Blue Withered Wine Export Company. That would be actually funny if they started like a wine export company for that. Yeah, Return of the King was also a great game, yeah. Wasn't Rich... There was also another game that was really difficult. It was like... Wasn't like it... I think it was turn-based, right? Like the combat. Did you know that Thranduil's actor is younger than Orlando Bloom? No, I actually did not know. I thought they were maybe in a similar age. Yeah, I think it's Return of the King that's really difficult, right? I think it's that game. Like in my head, I always mix some of these games together. The economy of Isengard was always was very interesting in the game. The Third Age was the turn-based game. Thank you. I think it was a different one. And I think that the turn-based one was also pretty difficult. But yeah, Return of the King also had some of these very tough scenes. I try to find out where the East begins exactly, and it's not 100% clear. Like, these are the so-called hinterlands, I think Tolkien calls them at times. Like Rovanion, it's not 100% clear where Rovanion starts and where it ends. It could be like this river here. I don't know. It's really hard to tell where it ends and where it starts, I feel. So it could be, but I think it's not hardly defined. Maybe I'm wrong though. And I think when I looked into it, it was very difficult for me to find out where Rhûn starts and where Rovanion ends, basically. Yeah, that is true. The Bionicle fan scrolling up in chat a little bit. Battle for Middle Earth has some good players in UDP. I'm definitely not a good player, though. I haven't played it in I don't know how many years, like 15 plus years. Maybe longer than that. When did it come out, chat? Battle for Middle Earth. Oh, 2006 came the second. I haven't in ages. I have played it somewhat close to the release of these games, so maybe the last time I played was 2008 or something. Let's not talk about that. Long time ago. But yeah, I know that there's definitely some active community playing that. ...2006, yeah, it was insane. No, you just missed, I think, a dot or something. Straight for the wobble is a sonic boom. Yeah, so you missed a space, and then the chat thought you posted a link. It's just ignore it. Yeah, it's an island. It's somewhere mentioned. I forgot where though. We had the same discussion as 2 streams ago or a stream ago. I forgot when exactly. I would still play Lord of the Rings online if it would be supported by my new Mac. Yeah, Mac support, I guess, is sometimes a problem. Yeah, some people think it's like a smudge on the map, but it's actually an island there in Rune. I forgot where the quote or the stuff was, but we looked into this 2 streams ago, I think, as well. I also thought it was like a smudge, and then we looked. No, there's actually an island in the Sea of Rune. Well, cool. We know nothing about it, but it's there. I think it has to do with some early people getting there, coming across this island. I know what you mean. It looks like a chick. Now I see it as well. It's kind of funny. That's the eye. That's the beak, I think. Yeah, I see the chicken. I had a question about the Ered Luin, the Blue Mountains. How did it compare to other dwarven realms? Was it a minor kingdom compared to, say, Moria or the Iron Hills? So Iron Hills are here, Moria is here in the middle. Come on. And the Blue Mountains are here, Ered Luin. Hard to tell, to be honest. Like in the First Age map, if we look at, like, for people wondering, this is in the First Age, and these are the Blue Mountains, and you see there's land west of the Blue Mountains called Beleriand. And Beleriand was sunk into the ocean and it's completely gone, and here we have now this bay, and here's the River Lune and so on, and we have this elven realm of Lindon here later. But yeah, originally in the First Age there was this massive land piece here. There was also earlier a question about how big was Beleriand. I would have to ask my mod Kirdan. He's deeper into this geography questions, to be honest, if he has something to tell about that. But yeah, the problem always with explaining this is that, yeah, this year after the War of Wrath, the final war in the First Age, it was so devastating that this landmass was completely destroyed, devastated, and sunk into the ocean. And then later in the Second Age, yeah, it looks like that. So these are the Blue Mountains here, and yeah, kind of like that. In the First Age, though, in the Blue Mountains, we had 2 very noticeable dwarven cities, Belegost and Norgrod. So these were part of the Blue Mountains back in the day, and there, I think, was its peak. However, as you can see, when the Blue Mountains or Beleriand is destroyed, only very few parts of it still exist, and the shape of the Blue Mountains changes a bit, and then we have this bay now here, and it's kind of split. You see here's the river and so on. The world changes a bit due to this, and Belegost and Norgrod are no more. They are basically destroyed, devastated, gone, and we can read that the elves of the Blue Mountain, the dwarves of the Blue Mountain go to Khazad-dûm later, down here, which is the massive legendary dwarven city in the Misty Mountains. So I would say that after originally I could imagine it was definitely like a big kingdom with 2 massive cities in the Blue Mountains in the First Age. But after the destruction, after the War of Wrath, I think this diminished quite a bit, and there were only abandoned things. I still assume some dwarves lived there. We know that, for example, Thorin Oakenshield and his father lived, even with Thror. They established halls here in these mountains and lived here for some time before they left for Erebor then again. But so I still think there were some dwarves in the Blue Mountains still even later on. But I think it was very minor in comparison. I think originally, going back here to the First Age map, like with Belegost and Norgrod, I think they were maybe even somewhat comparable to Khazad-dûm, to Moria. But yeah, later then we can read that the dwarf from the Blue Mountains left for Moria, and then I assume mingled here with the other dwarven realms, and they were no more. Not sure how this exactly worked then in context of having a king, because we know that 7 houses of the dwarves, the Longbeards, the house of Durin, of course lives in Moria, very powerful, important house. And here we have the Firebeards and the Broadbeams, I think. I can't. Definitely the Firebeards, but who was the other? I think the Broadbeams. So there are the Longbeards, Moria, Firebeards, Broadbeams. We have the, I think, Blacklocks, the Stonefoots. Or was it Iron? No, Ironfoot was Doin. So it must be the Stonefoots. Stonefoots, Blacklocks. Stiffbeards, and what was the last one? I never can memorize all the dwarf houses. Do I have Peoples of Middle-earth open? I have. Blacklock, Stonefoots, Stiffbeards. Yeah, Firebeards, Broadbeams, Dances of the Longbeards, eldest making first, blah blah blah. Maybe that were all and I forgot none. Stiffbeards. Iron Fists, I forgot. The Iron Fist, Stiffbeards, Blacklock, Stonefoots, Longbeards, Firebeards, Broadbeams. That are the 7 houses of the dwarf. Only appears in an obscure section in the last History of Middle-earth book, number 12, called Peoples of Middle-earth. Yeah, there were also the petty dwarves. But it's a complicated matter. Are there half dwarves? That's actually a funny question. I think no. There are only the petty dwarves, which is kind of a special breed. If that makes sense. Thanks for the answer. Don't worry, I'm not even sure what I answered, because I'm slowly losing track of what I just said. Do you think the lone mountain near the source of Lindon's river is Mount Dolmet? I have to look into this. I'm not. I don't know, to be honest. I have to even look at the atlas, to be honest. Like, where is it exactly? Regional maps. The first age map. That's not the map I'm looking for. I'm currently trying to look into this. Interesting that Ted Naismith painted that. My problem is a bit. I don't know exactly where's the mountain. Is this? Because in my map it's not named. Right now. Oh no, I moved it around. The question is, where was the arrow? This one here, you think? It's definitely south of the loon, I think, as well. Right now, okay. So there's a lot of stream delay here. Did I play Return of Moria? Yes, I played it. I think it was decent, but I think in the survival crafting co-op game genre you just have better options. But if you like Lord of the Rings, and it's a pretty decent game, I think, actually. A large tract of woodland begins. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think, isn't it where it's supposed where Morgoth and Belegost should be? Promise, I don't. Okay. That's a complicated matter, chat. Here's Mount Dolmet. This one here. I'm not sure if that's actually correct. I don't know exactly. It seems to be a very complicated topic. Simply because according to Karen Wynne Fonstead, okay, that's interesting. It's not very conclusive. I would need to talk to Kierdan why he did it like this. Like, according to Fonstead, where Morgoth is like here is Belegost, and Morgoth, and it's the other way around. Morgoth is here, and Belegost is down here somewhere. According to Fonstead. However, she says that this here is also Dolmet, something like this. And then there's Mount Rerir, that's here. Mount is also here on the map. It's further up. But she has it interestingly the other way around, which I find very fascinating, but I can't tell you why. It seems to be a more complicated matter to look deeper into. The vertical letter of Lindon, yeah. Here on this map it seems a bit like it. So it must be south of the loon. Yeah, this here is then Dolmet. If that is the case, then Belegost should be here, right? So yeah, could fit. Did someone check at Google Maps? It would be cool if Google Maps had a Middle Earth map. There was also a question about the position of Utumno. Not sure if Utumno is here on the first map. It's not. So here is the first age in Beleriand. Here's Angband. And Utumno could be, I don't know, somewhere here. It's definitely north of Nenoyal. So somewhere here, in theory. It's a bit hard to tell. As a Chrome extension, or that would be actually funny. When it becomes round the world after the fall of Numenor, after the with the Akalabeth. After the Numenor is destroyed, sunk into the ocean, then the oceans are bent. Of Tolkien, yeah. Redia should be somewhere here. But yeah, I could also imagine, like, I find this interestingly, I'm not sure, maybe we have to, somebody recommended a video by, I forgot who the video was by. Darth Gandalf's video, Darth Gandalf might have did a video on this very question. I would have to look into this, but in my head, it also seemed somewhat plausible that Utumno was somewhere here in this particular region and was sunk into the ocean. I kind of like the idea that it was so utterly destroyed that also kind of this bay was created where Utumno once was and everything was just, get rid of it, just sink it into the ocean. I kind of like the idea of that. Yeah, it could also buried under ice, of course, that's true. But yeah, I can't tell if it's worth starting Lord of the Rings online. I'm not into MMORPGs, so I never. I'm not, so I can't really recommend it or not because I'm simply not into MMORPGs. So I tried it once a little bit. It was quite nice, but like I said, it's not my cup of tea. I have to leave the keyword and check some laundry bags soon. Okay. I have to admit, I might not stream that long anymore. Buried under ice gives it a real Lovecraftian Mountains of Madness vibe for sure. Going to have to get out my Silmarillion again. That's been a few years, yeah. And there are so many details, Daniel, also welcome, that you easily forget stuff there. The Forohel people. Isn't there some interesting detail that they are kind of mentioned very early? The Lossos. But yeah, I don't have an answer where the people of the Lossos lived here around. This is the Bay of Forohel, and they lived here. Don't ask me how they got there, where their ancestors, who their ancestors were. I think that's Tolkien never explains this in any shape or form. But we definitely know that at some point people started wandering from all the way here in the east to Beleriand here in the west, and this group was called the Edain. I'm not sure if they are kind of also a group that went further north and kind of separated from one of the houses of the Edain, so if they belong to those or not. It does not seem really like it. We know there are also some hillmen here in these mountains somewhere. They could be related to the Norsemen, then we would be also part of the Edain. It's very hard to tell. How for example, like Easterlings would come here, very hard to tell. So very mysterious how the Lossos came to this particular place and why they're exclusively living so far in the north and only there where it's cold. Hard to tell. Framsburg has some good Wienerschnitzel. Could be. We don't know what their ancestors are, to my knowledge. Yeah, the Dunelandings were actually also related to the Edain, but they were not recognized. I mean, it could also be like an explanation, like some of those people here went up further north. But why would they live so far north in the cold when they don't have to live there? So very mysterious, chat. Yeah, here, by the way, we talked about Himring. That's here. And later there's an isle that is called the same, so I assume Himring kind of survived as an island later when it was sunk into the ocean. And then this here would be Mount Rerier. Very interesting. And then here in the next age, we have Tol Himring and Tol Wien and Tol Morwen and so on. If these locations are really correct, difficult, but if that is Tol Himling, then this might be Rerier here. Maybe the Forodwais were driven north as Easterlings crossed into Eriador following the Warfare. Yeah, maybe something like that. Yeah, that's maybe a good theory, because we know that Easterlings come to Beleriand as well. So maybe they have to do with those. What do you think about the movie Helmhammer? I haven't seen it, of course, yet. It's not out yet. It comes 13th of December or something like that here, at least in Germany, into the cinemas. And I will watch it. I'm very curious. The trailer looked promising, though I have to admit the animation detail seems not like the greatest thing on Earth ever. Like some of the animations looked a bit wonky. As a result, though I'm interested in it, my expectations are not excessively high, but to be fair, I really like the story of Helm Hammerhand, and as a result, I'm looking forward to see this, to be honest. From what I've seen from the trailer, like the important parts we know from the books are kind of there. There might be some extra elements, which is, for sure needed. The perspective might be a point of critique for some people, but I think it makes sense for me, because I feel like Helm Hammerhand would not be a great protagonist for this, and there are not that many people that are around all the time for all the relevant events in the story, except maybe for Helm's sister or potentially Helm's daughter. So I think going with Helm's daughter, which is in the book's not named, is not a bad idea, to be honest. So it could work. Let's hope they do a good job. And I can look over this. It comes to cinema, though, so from this perspective, usually if like anime stuff comes to cinema, animation is usually really high quality. This production definitely might not exceed some of these very high budget anime films that some very famous studios produce. So for me personally, it would be enough if the story is kind of told in a good way and makes sense at the end, and it's not too far away from what the books were actually telling there. But definitely like I'm very curious how it turns out, and I heard good things about it so far, and the trailers kind of convinced me, so looking forward for it. Okay, the Whites found a quote. Can you tell me which book it is? For the people of Hador, being hardy to endure cold and long wandering, feared not at times to go far into the north, and there keep watch upon the movements of the enemy. So that definitely would make sense if they would maybe, belong to the House of Hador. The problem is the House of Hador, though, there's also like a bit of version conflict in this regard, were the ones who spoke a similar language to the House of Beor. As a result, the people of the Lossos should have been recognized as Edain as well, which they weren't, but maybe the Numenoreans never really looked into this. Who knows? Were the Easterlings in the Silmarillion the same ethnic group represented by the... I don't think so, to be honest. Because Easterling is not necessarily a term for a very specific group of people. Like it's just people from the east, like from here. These are all Easterlings, but there could be different groups, if that makes sense, in this particular region that must not even be related, still would be considered Easterlings. And from the perspective of Beleriand, there were just people coming from the east over the Blue Mountains, and those were Easterlings. Easy. Oh, it's from the Silmarillion. Okay, good to know. Thank you. So I don't necessarily think that those were the classic Easterlings we later potentially know from Lord of the Rings. Even there were different tribes we know, like the Balchos, or Balchos, however they're pronounced. Not sure if it's runic, to be honest, but could be. Imagine the term Easterling is somewhat prominent, like Oriental. Yeah, like, or let's say Asian or so. There are a lot of different types of Asians, different folks there. The first age, they are swarthy and darker in color. Yeah, that also kind of comes to that. It was not a good choice to not have Helm as a protagonist. He's stuck in one place for most of the story and does not, spoiler, yeah, that is true. And I think also, like, a different perspective on Helm's action might be actually interesting for the story, to be honest. Who do you think the Witch King is? Yeah, we discussed this, I think, in a couple of previous streams. I think it's a very interesting question to discuss, but yeah, I'm always, like, for me, there are not that many options for the Easterling, to be honest. For the Witch King, to be honest. Like, one would be... Well, that is not getting better. We know that three of the Nazgul were of had Numenorian origin, like Tolkien writes, of Numenorian race, and those, like, Numenorians are always interesting in this regard. And the Numenorians always feel like, yeah, they are the high men, so to say, and the others are the low men, kind of. In a way, it would make sense that the leader of the Nazgul would also be one of those, to be fair, but the Numenorians were not really known for their sorcery, if that makes sense. So as a result, a different origin would make more sense for the Witch King. What is interesting, we have another Nazgul, that the only one that actually is named Khamul, as he's called, and he is the Shadow of the East. Another version, he's not called Khamul, but the Nazgul that has the same purpose role than him is there called the Black Easterling. As a result, I would argue that there are not that many Easterlings among the Nazgul, though we don't know exactly. But I feel like, yeah, among the Easterlings, or among potentially also the people from the south, the Haradrim or something, I could imagine that them going more into a sorcery direction. We also have Khand, which is a place we don't know anything about, with the Variak, I think, as they are called, living here. They're just briefly mentioned here and there. Would also be an interesting origin story for the Witch King. But personally, I could imagine it is one of the Numenorians, to be honest. Though, to be fair, if he is one of the Numenorians, maybe he would be known more. So you can make arguments for and against it. He could be also a mighty Easterling king from Rune, something like that, or mighty Easterling sorcerer or whatever. Who knows? I find it very, like, coming up with a good theory is very tough for me for the Witch King. And the question is, could he be a sorcerer previously? Then he would not be a Numenorian in my book, because the Numenorians were not really sorcerers. They were more, more on the technology side of things, if that makes sense. Of course, if you're advanced in technology, it can seem like sorcery to some degree, so of course there's a possibility there too. But especially if he would be a Numenorian, and maybe he would be known to who this guy once was. So I don't know what your chat. What do you have good Witch King theories, or I don't know. I'm sure I watched something that really went into depth and narrowed the Witch King down. The Witch King's the father of B blocks back. That would be actually funny. But also disturbing in a way. Is the Witch King, yeah, the question is, did the Witch King become a sorcerer? Or was he already a sorcerer before? I mean, we have this famous quote that I read almost every stream, where the Nazgul men proved easier to ensnare. Those who used the 9 rings became mighty in their day, kings, sorcerers, and warriors of old. He has to go to Hogwarts first to learn sorcery. Which king was Gandalf? Obviously, I'm the Asian. I didn't want to be the bad guys. Yeah, I can understand that. The big question is if you threw the Witch King into the Sea of Ruin, would he float like a duck? I'm not sure if that's a real question, to be honest, but it might be an interesting question. I think there is a letter by Tolkien in which he implies, in passing, that the Witch King is Numenorean. Yeah, like I said, the Numenoreans are kind of leaders. We can read when the Numenoreans basically set foot on Middle-earth again. The people of Middle-earth, they were so advanced that the people of Middle-earth thought they were gods, basically. And yeah, this definitely, you know, kind of shows that for Sauron it would be also the ultimate mockery to make a Numenorean the leader of his Nazgul, if that makes sense. So maybe with getting one of the 9 rings, or with his ring of the 9, he then became a sorcerer, if that makes sense. Oh, that's a Monty Python Holy Grail question. We can use my largest scales on the duck thing. So yeah, I'm also more for the Numenorean idea that the Witch King was a Numenorean, got the ring, and then learned sorcery or something. He became a sorcerer of old. can't tell you. Okay, I think I found the quote. Let me see if I can find it in the books. We're coming again back to The Reader's Companion, which is also a fantastic book, by the way. Okay, I think I found it. So, yeah, there is... What is it here? There's a comment on the prologue, basically. And, yeah, in the prologue, Tolkien writes something about the Witch King. It's about the sentence to the last battle at Fornost with the Witch Lord of Angmar. Angmar was an ancient kingdom in the far north of Middle-earth ruled by the Witch King, afterwards the chief of the Nazgul. Its name is derived from Sindarin, Ang, Iron, plus Quenya, Mar, home. Here we have an interesting, like people asked about examples for Sindarin and Quenya words in some streams ago, and I couldn't come up with an example, but Angmar is actually one, it seems. In the manuscript of the nomenclature, Tolkien notes that the name and origin of the Witch King is not recorded, but he was probably, like the lieutenant of Barad-dûr, the mouth of Sauron, of Numenorean descent. So here we have, interestingly, an implication by Tolkien that in his nomenclature that probably the Witch King was of Numenorean descent. I also said, like, yeah, that's also kind of how I would imagine it. So, yeah, there's the quote. It's in the Lord of the Rings, The Reader's Companion, page 20, in case you want to know where I just read this from. Yeah, like I said, this map is not an official map. It's an edited map, like using the art style of John Howe and then adding a lot of knowledge. And my moderator, Kierdan, aka Murdo, made this map, and he knows, let's say, Middle-earth map stuff really well. Like, he's kind of an expert on this. And yeah, he knows some obscure nodes. And yeah, in the source for the name is an obscure one. It's no shame to not know it. Neldores. Neldores is mentioned in the Treason of Isengard in the History of Middle-earth book number 7, I think. Let me see if I find it really quick. Treason of... just to find it, it's sometimes not that easy. Treason of Isengard. Let me quote this here. The forest borderings of the Sea of Runear, L19, extends on the first map round the northeastern point of the sea and down its eastern shore, LM20, and against it my father penciled Neldores. No name for the forest is marked on the 1943 map, which ends at the same point eastward as does the map 2 in this book. The island in the sea colored green on the first map and on the 94th is marked as wooded. So here we have the mention also, interestingly, of the island. And yeah, it's in the chapter, the first map of the Lord of the Rings. So this is at the time when Tolkien starts working on his map, and this is like an early map note where this name comes from. Very obscure note, but yeah. Could other powerful beings control the Nazgul with the One Ring? Yeah, if they were powerful enough to control the One Ring, they could also control the Nazgul, I think. At least to some point. Like Tolkien, if I remember correctly, Tolkien writes something like this in a letter, where it's about controlling the Nazgul. I forgot, unfortunately, how it was phrased, so it might be impossible to find right now. It was the forest of Neldores that Luthien was born, and later these woods were part of the enclosure called the Girdle of Melian. It was under the trees of Neldores that Beren first beheld Luthien dancing in the moonlight, according to Tolkien Gateway. Okay. But maybe not. Yeah, the problem with the Nazgul is a bit the following part, that at some point they were so bound to Sauron that the Nazgul didn't need the 9 rings anymore. Like Sauron at some point took the 9 rings and they were still under the will of Sauron, even without the rings. So from this perspective, hard to tell if you control the One Ring, you could then also basically change this amount of control, if that makes sense. I'm just currently reading the stuff, but for being a bit silent. I can't find it, chat. Okay, I think I found it, chat. I think I found it. I'm lucky. It is letter 246, I think, from 1963. I do not think... let's go earlier on this here. Frodo, too, would then probably, if not attacked, have had to take the same way. Cast himself with a ring into the abyss. If not, he would of course have completely failed. It is an interesting problem how Sauron would have acted or the claimant have resisted. Sauron sent at once the ring race. They were naturally fully instructed and in no way deceived as to the real lordship of the ring. The wearer would not be invisible to them, but the reverse, and the more vulnerable to their weapons. But the situation was now different to that under Weathertop, where Frodo acted merely in fear and wished only to use in vain the ring's subsidiary power. Okay, I have to look up the word, chat. How is this pronounced? That bothers me currently. Subsidiary, okay. Ring's subsidiary power of conferring invisibility. He had grown since then. Would they have been immune from its power if he claimed it as an instrument of command and domination? Not wholly. Not wholly. I do not think they could have attacked him with violence, nor laid hold upon him or taken him captive. They would have obeyed or feigned to obey any minor commands of his that did not interfere with their errand laid upon them by Sauron, who still, though the 9 rings which he held, had primarily control of their wills. That errand was to remove Frodo from the crag. Once he lost the power or opportunity to destroy the ring, the end could not be in doubt, saving help from outside, which was hardly even remotely possible. Frodo had become a considerable person, but of a special kind, in spiritual enlargement rather than an increase of physical and mental power. His will was much stronger than it had been, but so far it had been exercised in resisting, not using the ring, and with the object of destroying it. He needed time, much time, before he could control the ring, or, which in such case is the same, before it could control him, before his will and arrogance could grow to a stature in which he could dominate other major hostile wills. Even so, for a long time, his acts and commands would still have to seem good to him, to be for the benefit of others beside himself. So, yeah, Tolkien kind of explains potentially Frodo at least could have gathered a bit control over the others as well. So Tolkien makes some points into this direction. If somebody is so vastly more powerful than Frodo and has the One Ring, could he have controlled? Yeah, potentially a little bit. Like, yeah, it seems it is possible, though here Tolkien also mentions like the circumstance of that the 9 ring were held still by Sauron. But if that would not be the case and they had the 9 rings, then yes, maybe they could be controlled. It's a complicated question, or difficult to answer question though. Did the dwarves ever manage to kill one or several of the cold drakes? I would say yes. Because there is a horn in the hoard of the dwarves, I think. Isn't it like that? Which then Fram claims, and then the dwarves, I think, kill him or something. Or is it that Fram puts the horn to the dwarf, to the hoard? You know what I mean? I forgot in which way it was written, but I would say yes. Potentially they killed one. Now that's interesting. The Middle Ages Roman Catholic Church thought that the Eastern Christians were somewhere lower Christians than the Europeans, and some scholars had thought that Tolkien's language some way minus it. That's interesting. Yeah, Shatha was slain by Fram. But there is a horn, I think. Or wasn't there something in this dwarven horde this conflict was about that was from a dragon? Maybe I remember it wrong though. It would be weird if a war of dragons and dwarves would go about with 0 casualties for one side. Yeah, that's also true. Anyway, what would you suggest was the most destructive single conflict in the Third Age? I would pick the war of orcs and dwarves that had genocidal dimension on both sides. Yeah, that's also a good point. Definitely. Like, they went through the Misty Mountains back and forth till basically all the orcs were killed and were basically orc free, this place, but under heavy casualties for the dwarves themselves. So that was very devastating, I think. So I would agree. Like, that was a tremendous... that was definitely a tremendous devastating war, especially also for the dwarves. Like, the dwarves were also after that kind of diminished. The Battle of the Pelennor Field was the largest battle, but it was... I feel like the last alliance... Oh, you mean the things? Yeah, I mean, there are multiple battles that were devastating. That one also comes to mind. I thought you mean the Battle of the Pelennor Fields. Of the Battle of Dargolat, but for here there's another big battle with the last alliance. Though they were very victorious. It was somewhat one-sided. Though that was a Second Age battle as well. In comparison. Then one of the last battles in the Third Age. Single conflict. Does single conflict mean a specific battle, or does it mean conflict in the war? Yeah, it was a Second Age. Forget what I said about the other thing. I like the dwarven answer a bit more, to be honest. We get no information on what the Battle of Dale in terms of numbers involved doing. I don't really think so. At least I don't know them out of my head. Would have to also need to look into this. Yeah, the Angmar stuff is also a quite destructive one. Like Cardolan was completely wiped. And nothing of Arthedain at the end. Like, very few things of Arthedain were left later on as well. So the battle with Angmar here was also a very tough one, to be honest. There's this infamous quote that not a man of Angmar remained west of the Misty Mountains. Yeah. Hard to tell, to be honest. I think all of the mentioned battles and conflicts are good contenders. The question is, like, when it comes to orcs, I always think, okay, how many orcs must have been in the Misty Mountains at some point, even when they were able to hold Gundabad against the dwarves? And then all the dwarves come and just push to Gundabad and kill every orc on their way. And then the final battle is, of course, the Battle of Azanul-Bizar, the Dimriel Dale, which we also see in the Hobbit film, in the thing here. That's also where Azog in the books die. In the film he survives, but yeah, it's a different story, I think. But there was just, like, this battle looked devastating in the film, and it was already it was just the final battle. Like, they were fighting for quite some time. Not sure how long the battle between orcs and dwarves went on, or not the battle, the war. Dwarves and orcs. When did it start? It only went on for 6 years, so it's not a very long war, but yeah, the battle of Azanul-Bizar was the one that ended the War of Dwarves and Orcs. The Battle of Five Armies was then later, was much later, like in 200 years later. Of course, there is historic context and so on, but it's very interesting. Well, is it 200 years? Let's say it's 140 years later. I think, yeah, 140 years later. And there, yeah, it's pretty separate. That's a good word. And also, though they are kind of connected through history, because one might lead to another, you know what I mean? But when it comes to overall conflict, they are pretty much separated. What is interesting in this context, though, with this particular battle is that we have a number for the Battle of 5 Armies, though. Battle of 5 Armies. That's like, maybe it's here. Yeah, it is said that 3/4 of the goblin warriors of the North were killed on that day. So it was the Battle of 5 Armies was very devastating for the orcs. Like 3/4 of the whole orc population of the North was just killed. And the bonus points for a war fought underground for the most part. Chilling, yeah. Yeah, Tolkien uses the word orc and goblin usually synonymously. Is Gundabad retaken by the orcs in the Third Age? Yeah, I think it is. Goblins to me mean underground orcs. Yeah, it's an interesting differentiation here. Interesting, the term goblin appears in The Hobbit, and the term orc appears, even though goblin also appears here and there. Orc mostly appears in Lord of the Rings. That's kind of the biggest difference. Goblin sounds nice. So yeah, I like the term goblin. I like both terms in a way. Like in a way, I also think just from the, or it sounds nicer. In a way, I always think that I would also differentiate between goblin and orc just from my fantasy understanding these days. But yeah, I don't know. They spawn off subterranean heathen slime, yeah. Speaking of Book of Lost Tales here. I think that's a letter also. They're not based on direct experience of mine, but I suppose a good deal to the goblin tradition. Goblins used as a translation in The Hobbit, where orc only occurs once, I think. Especially as it appears in George MacDonald, except for the soft feet, which I never believed in. Orc, the word, is, as far as I'm concerned, actually derived from Old English orc, demon, but only because of its phonetic suitability. Orc are nowhere clearly stated to be of any particular origin, but since they are servants of the Dark Power and later Sauron, neither of whom could or would produce living things, they must be corruptions. They're not based on direct experience of mine, but I suppose a good deal to the goblin tradition. Goblin is used as a translation in The Hobbit, where orc only occurs once, I think. So it kind of implies that it means the same here in this, because he talks first about orc, it means demon and so on. They're not based on my experience, suppose a good deal to the goblin tradition, goblin, and so on. So I think you get the point if you read between the lines a bit. In the Middle East, there's a city called Uruk. Yeah, that's actually true, right? Isn't that a pretty ancient one? Yeah, one of the first. I think it's also very old. Yeah, the first recorded empire in history to date. Babylon, right? Yeah. And welcome, Grimrist. It's a deliberate linguistic insert pun by Tolkien. Okay, makes sense. But even before Babylon. I mean, also the Uruks are pretty ancient, so that kind of fits, I guess. Yeah, The Hobbit also gives us the sword Orcrist, Goblin Cleaver, translated there. So here, especially in this name and the translation of it, you definitely notice Orc translated like Orcrist, translated with Goblin Cleaver. Okay, Twitch chat also posted a section of this. Thanks for posting that. It's too difficult for me to translate this on the fly. Question: did the ring tempt Bilbo to reveal himself to Smaug? That's a very the meta answer to this question is no, because when Tolkien wrote this, the One Ring did not exist. It was just a ring that makes you invisible. We would have to look into the first edition and compare it to the second edition, when Tolkien reworked some of the chapters to make the One Ring, like the magic ring from the original Hobbit, into more of the One Ring as we know it today with Lord of the Rings. So from this perspective, when it comes to Tolkien's intention, the answer is no. Under the assumption that this part was not changed later by Tolkien. Yeah, that's actually a good point, Crafty Spirit, of course. But sometimes if I can answer a question really fast and seeing like a way out, I will go for it. What from a lower loot table? I like the comparison to that. The moment where Bilbo almost gives in reminds me a bit of the moment Frodo declares himself Master of the Ring, yeah. Yeah, there are a lot of interesting comparison or similarities in the religions, which kind of shows that there must be some kind of influence in them for sure. It would be weird if that would be different, to be honest. But yeah, you could interpret it in this way. I can't tell you though if Tolkien changed this to make it look like it, because yeah, I at some point I have to make a comparison between the first edition, like the original Hobbit that was released in 1937, and then Tolkien rewrote it after he completed the story for Lord of the Rings, and then is the second edition of the Hobbit from 1951. And there are some details changed, especially the chapter Riddles in the Dark changed a lot for people wondering what the exact context of my what I just said is. And originally, like when Tolkien had this ring that Bilbo finds in Riddles of the Dark, he had not the One Ring in mind yet because it was not invented yet. Okay, chat. Looking at the clock, we are at almost 5 hours now. I thought we would be at most at my mind we have 3 hours 50 or something. So I'm an hour off. The Necromancer has no lines in The Hobbit, right? No. He does not. He's only mentioned once or twice. Very few mentions of the Necromancer. And what's interesting, at the time Tolkien wrote The Hobbit, I think the Necromancer was still called Thu in the mythology, in his Silmarillion stuff, and then the name Sauron came later. Like the next iteration of this character came later with Sauron then. Yeah, exactly. Tolkien even mentioned in the letter he maybe has used the word orc once in The Hobbit or twice. That he can even remember this. You have to consider, back in the day when Tolkien wrote all this stuff, I'm not actually sure from when the letter was that I just read to you. By the way, the letter I read to you was 144 from 1954. So he had not a computer and could just search for stuff. He had to actually memorize everything or write it down and look it up again. I find this always very impressive that he could just say, yeah, well, I might have used the word in The Hobbit once. Maybe he used it twice. Let me just see. How many times appears it in The Hobbit? There's Orcrist. Let's say that doesn't count. Yeah, that is found one time. Okay, I have to use 4 whole words. Okay, singular doesn't appear. I think 2 times it appears actually. Not knowing that even the big ones, the orcs of the mountains, that's a quote we just had in chat. That's another quote. Before you could get round Mirkwood in the north, you would be right among the slopes of the Grey Mountains, and they are simply stiff with goblins, hobgoblins, and orcs of the worst description. Here Tolkien makes actually a differentiation between goblins, hobgoblins, and orcs in this other quote, which is interesting, but yeah, sometimes I think there is not much. Like we had the same discussion recently where like in Lord of the Rings the term werewolf appears also, I think, one time. Walks and werewolves. Never again. Maybe it's a similar. We're talking just lists a bunch of things that are basically the same thing. Yeah, exactly. The necromancer only talked about in The Hobbit. We never meet him really. Yeah, maybe there's maybe can't even talk anymore, chat. Maybe they are just different tribes. That's also potentially a decent explanation for it. Which in turn reminds me of Excalibur. Since the Barrow Downs were in Cardolan, I imagine that Arthedain had its own mounts, maybe in the North Downs. Yeah, I could also imagine that, Otaku Senpai. Hi, can I ask you a question on something related to Middle Earth, but it's more a problem I'm having with in real life with it. Feel free to ask. Not sure if I can answer your question, but you can. Don't worry. Just feel free to ask. So to be fair, I won't stream that long anymore because I'm slowly getting tired. It's past midnight for me, and I'm streaming for 5 hours, so there's that. Also, maybe we should switch here the image again, so we don't have the same map here all the time. Yeah, same. No. Not today, chat. Like the classic lore streams, I always try to be in the 4-hour range, maybe 5. We already did 4 hours. Why did Tolkien resist the temptation to include a sword that is taken from the stone or out of a lake? Maybe it would be too similar then? The trademark says you need 3 years of experience in your field you want to apply for. But what if you want to use it for, say, a name like Durin's Folk Entertainment? Do you think you would need to apply for a rebrand? Or do you think you can apply at the start? I have to admit, I have no idea about trademark stuff, to be honest. And you have to consider I'm not from, for example, from the US. So as a result, I don't know United States trademark laws anyway. They could be very similar, I guess. The question is if the term Durin is not, or Durin's folk is not even already trademarked. That could already get you into trouble, I think. But I'm not sure if it is, to be honest. Like a lot of names like Gandalf and stuff, is all that stuff is Middle Earth and so on. Everything is already trademarked, so you can't just use it for a company name without violating like some trademark stuff, to be honest. There's like a website, I think, where you can check on existing trademarks and so on. It is possible, I guess. There's definitely a list for trademarked stuff, but I don't know. Yeah, I think this page here, for the United States at least. I'm not sure how it works internationally, but I think here you can search for trademarks. For example, like Gandalf is thing. I'm not sure if Durin is. Interesting. There is a company that has Durin trademarked, but it's not the Middle Earth Enterprise, interestingly. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I think this site should allow you just search else for trademark register or trademark list or whatever. Maybe that helps. But like I said, I'm not an expert on trademark law or anything. So I can't tell you further. I can only say, yeah, there's a list and maybe check that out. Or it's not a list, you can search there. Okay, people, I know. You people would laugh that this stream kind of continues for quite some time. But like I said, I'm slowly getting tired. And then my brain gets to work slower and slower, and my answers take longer and longer, and I feel like my brain stops working slowly. Just leave the stream up and go to bed. That's a good thing, and just nothing happens here, except for good old Gandalf the White. Also really like the just kidding. Also like the image of Gandalf the White I found on my hard drive. I used it for the thumbnail and thought, hey, shoutouts to Gandalf the White. Oh, it's only 18:12 here. Yeah, for me it's already 12 past midnight. How comes the wearers of the Nine could control their invisibility? Could you make the one not make you invisible if you mastered? Yes, I would say it would be possible with the One Ring that you not become invisible. Like Sauron, when he had the One Ring and fought Gil-galad and Elendil, I think he was also not invisible. I think Sauron could control that. People saying already good night. I'm not sure if there's another example of a ring wearer not getting invisible. Yeah, Tom Bombadil also did not turn invisible. That's also a good point. I would not say he mastered the ring, but it had no effect. So it's definitely possible to wear it and not become invisible. It's in the realm of the possible for sure. Was Helm Hammerhand ultimately a good king? I personally view him as a failure, mostly. Hard to tell what else he did. Helm Hammerhand definitely made some mistakes, for sure. And that is also why I think it is more interesting to look at Helm Hammerhand and what he did in the upcoming film, War of the Rohirrim, from a perspective that is not that of Helm Hammerhand, because I think he's an interesting character, because as a king you might consider him a bit flawed, if that makes sense. And as a result, it's interesting to look at a flawed character from a different angle, and then to look for yourself. Was he a good king or not? And if they could work this kind of out, I think that would be very interesting for War of the Rohirrim. Because I also would agree with you, he made some decisions in his life that screwed over his people massively, like killing Freka, like saying no, your son is not allowed to marry my daughter is one thing for sure, but killing Freka for him suggesting this, let's say, political marriage or something, then that was not that smart. Helm was a very strong king, but he was not always wise. Yeah, that's a good way to portray it. Yeah, the Nazgul were by default invisible. That's also true. Like, though there was a time before they became the Nazgul, and there at this time we can read in the Silmarillion, if I have it still open. They could walk if they would. unseen by all eyes in this world beneath the sun. And they could see things in worlds invisible to mortal men, but too often they beheld only the phantoms and delusions of Sauron. So they could, if they want, be unseen. This later changed. They became, as Gandalf says in the Lord of the Rings, invisible permanently. They faded, yeah. The rings made them invisible, exactly. There is also in letter 131, one of our favorite letters in the existence of letters. To Milton Waldman, I should just search for confer invisibility. And the chief power of all the rings alike was the prevention of slowing of decay, and so on and so forth. And finally, they had other powers more directly derived from Sauron, the necromancer, blah and blub, such as rendering invisible the material body and making things of the invisible world visible. The exception is, the elves of Eregion made 3 supremely beautiful rings, beautiful and powerful rings, almost solely of their own imagination and directed to the preservation of beauty. They did not confer invisibility. So the 16 rings made you invisible, not the 3. So the 9 and the 7 and the 1, but the 3 did not make you invisible. And yeah, Gandalf writes Gandalf explains us fate. A mortal Frodo who keeps one of the great rings, so one of the 19 rings, actually one only of the 16 rings, to be fair. Like these 3 rings are excluded from this. Gandalf doesn't make this precise differentiation here, but we know it from the letter. Does not die, but he does not grow. He does not grow or obtain more life. He merely continues until at last every minute is a weariness, and if he often uses the ring to make himself invisible, he fades and becomes in the end invisible permanently, and walks in the twilight under the eye of the dark power that rules the rings. And sooner or later, and so on, the dark power will devour him. Yeah, Gandalf, for example, could master the ring. Saruman, potentially. Galadriel, hard to tell. Let's say, to some degree, it could master it. In the end, it would also potentially force him to become the new Dark Lord. For him, it's possible that he did not intend to. It's possible that he did not intend to kill Freka, that's for sure. But he still did it, so it's a bit unfortunate. The ring wins always, except for Tom Bombadil. But yes, what is Tom Bombadil actually? That's a tough to answer question. To be fair, Baldur's Fate. Tom Bombadil is not really explained in the books what he is. There's a letter that gives us a hint at what Tolkien actually thought. He asked a question in an early letter from 1937, around the time The Hobbit was released. So very early on, he writes this to his publisher, Stanley Unwin. And in this letter, he asks, do you think Tom Bombadil could be made into a hero of a story? That's the question he wants to ask. However, he adds a little sentence in between. Do you think Tom Bombadil, the spirit of the vanishing Oxford and Berkshire, I always pronounce this wrong, countryside, could be made into a hero of a story? So he says basically that Tom Bombadil is the spirit of the vanishing countryside of England. That's his idea. So he's some kind of spirit entity. He also calls him an enigma in some of the letters, I think. And even in a mythical edge, there must be some enigmas, as there always are. Tom Bombadil is one intentionally. So he's a secret. He's like a mystery in the world. It's not clear what he is. He is like kind of mythology. And he is kind of the spirit of the countryside, if that makes sense. And he's very powerful in that, because Tolkien loves the countryside. And yeah, he's very powerful in this world. But while a lot of other things Tolkien kind of tries to explain and say, yeah, these are the high elves, they are from this lineage and this is their law, and that's why they're considered the higher elves, or the light elves. He differentiates between the Calaquendi, the Moriquendi, the elves of light, the elves of darkness, the dark elves, so those who have not seen the light of the trees and so on. Tolkien has a lot of lore explanations for all the different terms, not always, but very often. But Tom Bombadil is an exception to this for sure. It seems he was there before Morgoth was on this world, so he was kind of part of the world always. My interpretation is a bit, and I read this somewhere, and I kind of like the interpretation, so it's not made up by myself, just want to point this out, is that he's kind of an leftover, or kind of an incarnation of a part of the music of the Ainur that created the world itself, and he's kind of a reflection of this music in a very specific part of the music focused on the countryside of things. And he is kind of an, what do you call it, embodiment of that. But who knows? There's a theory that some people think that Tom Bombadil is God. And while I find it's a legitimate theory, officially, though, it's not what Tolkien had in mind with him. There's a letter where Tolkien says, no, he's definitely not God. He denies this theory, but yeah, it's still, just reading the books, I can see why somebody thinks it would be interesting if he would be God or something. Yeah, or Tom could be a manifestation of the life force of Arda itself, or something along those lines on a smaller scale. Yeah, something like that. Or Tom was an unintended consequence of the music. It's an interesting idea, though. I think Tolkien's firm beliefs in God and Christian or Catholic religion might maybe go against this idea. Was it something like Jesus? Tolkien, there's an interesting text called translated the dialogue between Andres and Finrod and Andres, and there's an implication that can be read as that it's that's about Jesus, but Tolkien kind of said, well, kind of stopped at some point and said, well, I'm going maybe into the wrong direction here. But no, I don't think that's what Tolkien had in mind. I think Tolkien looked at Tom Bombadil more from a mythological side. Originally, I think it was some kind of puppet of his children or something like this, some toy of his children that was the inspiration for Tom Bombadil. And then he created it early on. Tom Bombadil is definitely older than Lord of the Rings. It's an old idea Tolkien had and wanted to include. And I think it's more founded in mythology than in religion, actually. What was the other question I want to talk about? What does it take for a Maya to return to a bodily form after death? Why didn't any Balrog return? Was the key factor allowing Sauron to return twice? I think, yeah, the ring was the key factor of Sauron allowing to kind of stay in business. I think that's actually true. Is there a new trailer for War of the Rohirrim or some material? I have not seen it yet. Nameless things were created by Melkor's Discord. You're also going to bed, Baldur's Fate. Yeah, well, I also plan to do this pretty soon, to be honest. So I wish you a good night and thank you for staying and asking questions and so on. Sleep well. It's good night and sleep well too. And maybe see you next time in the stream. Maybe next time potentially in German though. But yeah, thanks for joining. Much appreciated. Well, it's not, to me, it's not 100% clear that the nameless things are evil in a way. Though they are gnawing at the world, but who knows what that means. Unfortunately, only I could hear it. Could Melkor shape animals, though? I mean, Fjarvana could. Maybe. If they were part of the music, it's possible. Horrific, but just wanting to survive. Having no really purpose. I think they're also just there to kind of create mystery into the world. That there's something even like Gandalf, Sauron don't know about. Some surprises in the world. I love the nameless things. Yeah, the nameless things, also hard to say a word for me, are definitely maybe the nameless things do not start underground. Yeah, potentially. If they just given them names, they wouldn't have been so creepy. Yeah, I mean, there's not really a description how they look. We just know they're gnawing at the world and so on. So there's that. Speaking of gnawing at the world, I forgot to switch to the category here on the German stream. I knew I forgot something. I forgot to switch to talk shows and podcasts. Well, there's that. Now I corrected it. But okay, chat. The nameless thing. I would say we end it here, chat, because I'm retired. If you named a nameless thing Steve, it wouldn't be as scary. That's true. Gildor, Galdor, Haldir. Why did Tolkien make those names so similar in structure? To this day, I can't keep them straight in my mind. Yeah, sometimes it's difficult. I know what you mean. Thanks for the stream. Yeah, no worries. Glad that you enjoyed it and that you joined. I think we were quite a few people today watching here at times. So that's pretty nice. And yeah, if you have good stream, Chris, good night. Yeah, I hope you people enjoyed this. I love how the description of the watcher reflects that of the nameless things, but it's kept very vague nevertheless. Yeah. So was I? Yeah, I think very glad you were here, people, and enjoyed the stream and so on. And of course, I did not prepare the credits as always. So we just fire up the old ones and maybe add some new people. Because Baldur's Fate should be added. He also, if I look here right, yeah, he's missing in the list, I think, of supporters. So thank you for that. Much appreciated. Like I said, I have to update the thing. There are also some people who get kicked out of the list. But yeah, thank you for the support, of course. Much appreciated for your generosity and so on, as always. And yeah, like I said, it was a fun stream today. Enjoyed it. Really good questions, as always. Good topics. I hope I could answer your question in some kind of interesting way, or that it's satisfying for you people. I enjoyed watching. Thanks. Awesome. Great to hear. And yeah, I will end the stream now. Maybe run an ad at the end or so. If you haven't checked the channel, like, I don't know, the last lore video I uploaded, it was about the difference between werewolves and wargs, which we also discussed here in stream, and somebody suggested, hey, you could make a lore video out of it, and I made a short video out of that one. I have to say, I expected view-wise a little bit higher numbers from that, but nonetheless, I guess we have to get back slowly to uploading a few more lore videos. Currently also working on another project. Not sure when it will be done. I hope soonish. And in the meantime, I kind of try to fill the gaps with these streams. There will be content-wise, we have to start with The Hobbit. Like we want, like last year, also, Marty D, welcome. Currently reaching the stream here at the very end. However, yeah, when it comes to watching, like last year, people asked if we could watch the Hobbit films and the Lord of the Rings films in chronological order, story-wise. So in the story order. So we start with the first Hobbit, second Hobbit, third Hobbit, first Lord of the Rings, and so on. If that makes sense. There are 6 films, and we won't be done before Christmas. So that basically means that we don't have that much time. We need, like, if we have a stream, yeah, I'm still here. If we have a stream each week, we need 6 weeks to do this. So we are now around about 6 weeks before Christmas. I think 7 actually. But if we start next, or not next week, but, you know, I don't know, 15th, 16th or 17th of November, something like that. Maybe at a weekend, or maybe at a Thursday, I don't know. But relatively soon. Let me know in the comments when this stream is offline, or somewhere under whatever video, I don't care. As long as you kind of tell me what you people would prefer. Like 1, 2, 3, like 18, like let's say what's today, we have the 10th, right? The 10th, 17th is next week. That would be 1 film, 2 films, 3 films, 4 films. Would be the 8th of December. Five, 6. So the 22nd would then be the last weekend for the film. So we could start, I don't know. I'm not sure if we start Sunday or Saturday. It doesn't matter. Let me just check if Saturday. Oh, it would actually be okay for me. Yeah, it would kind of work. We have to maybe move it around here and there, maybe, you know, but I would say like in about a week we should start watching the films in a watch party, as we do every year. So that's definitely something here. The question is it too much to watch like the first Hobbit film and then have another LotR Q&A stream a day later or something, or 2 days, or whenever we watch these films? Kind of have to try to figure out when we watch those things and so on. Maybe make a community tab post for you people if you're interested. And then we can see. Because, yeah, that's kind of what is planned. And unfortunately, we're already at the end of the year, so we have to kind of be hasty, if that makes sense. But it's definitely streaming content, at least here on the channel, that definitely want to see War of the Rohirrim opening weekend. Yeah, I also, when the film comes out, I try to watch it as soon as possible and make a video. So that's best case scenario is day 1. I won't have a press screening or anything, so I won't be as early as, let's say, Nerd of the Rings or whoever has a press screening access. I don't have that, so I just try to watch it early and then we discuss it. We might I would definitely want to make a live stream there as well. For now, it only releases in theaters. Maybe it also releases at a later point somewhere else. I have not looked into this. An elected king. I'm not sure if he's elected though, but I don't know. There might be a DVD or Blu-ray, whatever, coming out, or it land on some streaming service. Who knows? I don't know that, to be honest. But I think at the beginning it will just start in theaters. Okay. I don't know. I want to see it in Japanese. Well, I'm happy if I can, if it's in theater and it's good. But I can definitely see this if you like. Usually, you want to see your anime films in Japanese with subtitle. That's not unusual, I think. Okay, the Monty Python reference here again. Yeah, I've also no idea. To be fair, I haven't looked into the panels and interviews too much. I just wait till the film comes out, I watch it, and then I tell you what I think about it. Gandalfr. They're both funny and compelling. But yeah, that's kind of the planned program. So I think we won't run out of content this year. Yeah, that's actually very funny. That's true. Like, now I understand it. So they in Japanese they say Gandalf, something like that. The spelling of Gandalf is closer to that of the Poetic Edda. Maybe they actually used that. I don't know. I don't know the Japanese transcription stuff well enough for it. I don't mind a new season of the show, of the Amazon show, but I'm also, to be honest, if it comes in 2 years, I feel like, yeah, in 2 years I'm ready for it again. But yeah, it would be great if the War of the Rohirrim turns out to be a great film, and then maybe Hunt for Gollum or whatever it will be called will also be great. Like, getting some good stuff would be nice for a change without much debate. People say, oh, well, pretty decent. But yeah, chat. We are losing it slowly, time-wise. So as a result, chat, all I can do is just thank you again for watching. If you have not pressed the like button, feel free to do this. I appreciate this a lot. If you later maybe have time or interest or whatever, feel also free to write a comment or so on the VOD. Maybe check the other lore video in the meantime again if you have not seen it yet. Potentially people watching have seen it anyway. But I can just post it in chat. I guess it's not the most interesting lore video I ever made because it's a bit inconclusive. But I still was an interesting topic and looking a bit into this specific question. Learned a few things here and there, especially the old English spelling of the name Balrog with Bialower, or what was the other? Bialoroga, something like this. Yeah, katakana is this. They have like different writing systems for other things, and yeah, katakana I think is the one they use to transcribe or to translate, transfer, whatever you call it, foreign words into their into Japanese. I want to see a Witch King of Angmar movie. Yeah, I agree. That would be cool to see. Who knows what they are planning to do? I'm also very curious. However, chat, like I said, it is very late already. I'm also very tired and a bit hungry, I have to admit. And that is why I will go to bed. Flawless Games and Dork Lords are my favorite Tolkien YouTubers. TPG was today. Dork Lord streaming tomorrow. Nice. So the program for the upcoming days is covered. Like I said, I might make a community thing, or you see a stream scheduled here on this channel. Maybe keep an eye open. This will be then the watch party for the first Hobbit film, which I'm looking for the most when it comes to the Hobbit films, because I think the first Hobbit film is actually the best one. But yeah, opinions might go. We will watch in the extended edition. Then also looking forward to watching Lord of the Rings 1, 2, and 3. That will be awesome. And then I also plan to, like, maybe next Sunday have another LotR Q&A stream here again. So just that you know, that's the program. Maybe I'm able to complete a video under the week, but I can't promise it because it might be a longer one again. It depends a bit on a few things, how I structure when I make the cut and so on. But yeah. There will be LotR content here. Only last week I managed to watch Return of the King Extended Edition to the end. Nice. It took a lot of tears. That for sure. Also, Last Alliance film would also be great. I agree. So yeah, before we get lost here further in the debate and discussion chat, I have to call it a day because I'm really tired. Thank you for also some people pressing the like button. Much appreciated. Glad you people were here and had a good one here with me. Shoutouts to Twitch chat as well. There were some people there today as well, so that was nice. And yeah, I forgot. Anything else to say? Well, there will be content. It's as simple. Keep an eye on this channel. There will be more stuff coming out, especially, yeah, like I said, the watch party, another LotR Q&A stream if possible next week as well. But have a fantastic rest of the day, or a good night, or whatever daytime you have. Have a good morning in case of the amazing bad boy. And I would say thank you people for watching, and see you next time. Goodbye. In the meantime, let me just run an ad through or something at the end here. And till then, yeah, then I close the stream. See you later, or see you next week.